Pray to the proxies.
Raise your hands, brothers of the spin, pulling for S rank, let confession begin. From Ellen's frost to Nichols' flame, we praise each banner, we chant each name. Oh, Whitefull's divine, grant us thy gaze, smite the pity with holy rays. Let our screams be sanctified bright, Church of Gooning, blessed by light.
Don't tip me. I will use it for batteries. Don't fucking tip me. I will use it for fucking goddamn batteries.
Hobby's grace, envy's might, guide us through darkness into delight. Hey, spin the sacred rite. Hey, endless goon in the neon nights. S-rank relics, gospel true. Praise be the full, hallelujah, Whitefull's divine, grant us thy gaze, smite the pity with holy rays. Bang, boo, bells, let them toll. Zenless gospel, saving our souls. Proxy protect us, agents be near. May our stamina never disappear.
All right, farm.
One day. Another day.
This is just food for the processor.
We dig deep and we pave the way.
Obliterate form and spirit.
Face not yeah. Hollows calling. One day then another day. Flow shakes, we still digging down. Get deeper, push further. No inches, another round. Time stack, sweat, drip, hands bleed, but the heart stay lit. Ain't no book telling me what's right. Sometimes you fight just to make it fit. Days roll by, it's fade fast. Still grind for the faith we hold low. Need more than
Or listen to the song a little higher.
million times we repeat that motion, drill it, smash it, rebuild the block. Rain pour down, but on my shirt, still stand tall when the lightning shock. Dig it down, feel the ground shake. Time after time, push on till the hands break. No rest, no sleep. Sweat, dirt, glory in the night. Fight, even when it ain't a war, you fight for life. Dig it down, feel the ground shake. Time after time, push on till the hands break. No rest, no sleep. Sweat, dirt, glory in the night. Even when it ain't a war, you fight for life.
Nothing but ass. I think we're good on the pre-farming side of things here a little bit. No of us. The one person does not want to be a mod.
Stone in the blood, bone in the fight, made from the rock, carved from the night. Work all day in the city, don't sleep. We got each other, yeah, hold that tight. Hands get dirty, but the streets turn gold. One day see the vision grow. From the ruins to the
Let me go do this too while I'm thinking about it.
Holler can't break when the steel can bind. We the gears that turn that grind. Funk in my blood, bass in my spine.
I'm gonna do this 3 times.
One more time. Feel the ground shake. Time after time, push on till the hands break. No rest, no sleep. Sweat, dirt, glory in the night.
How many do I have?
In the war, you fight for life. Day by day, dig it
I need 9, so I need to do this 3 more times,
down till the hands break.
and that 3 more times.
Glory in the night. Even when it ain't no war, you fight for life. Floor shakes, bass shakes. One day, another day, we still fight.
Hey, is this your main game or switch it up sometime? This is my main game. I do play WUWA here and there every now and then, but not anytime soon. Cause I just don't feel like doing the fucking story of fucking WUWA. I missed so much in WUWA. I don't feel like doing the story right now. I might do it tonight though. I don't have to go to work all the way to Monday, so I'm good. That was like the fucking let's light the fucking fire. This, get in. Damn, that's a nice wipeout. Gotta do this 3 times. So that's 1.
Balance is power. Perfection is order. Asymmetry. Time to cut it out.
I don't care.
I'll make it pay.
I'm bringing perfect order to the battle line.
That is 2. Alright, that's 3 done now. So that is done for Trigger. Trigger should be good now. So let's put the last 3 I need for Evelyn, which is Pop A. One. Oh, got my neck.
Perfection is eternal. Your asymmetry was your sin.
Heads up.
At the beach, Alice time view. It's unstoppable.
Two? That's a two for Evelyn? That I desire to tell the wrongs of all the things that to pay. 3, 2, 1, fire. Alright. One more.
Summer memories give me strength. In the name of summer, I won't lose.
I'll make it painless.
That's a funny wipeout screen. That one's funny. Alright. Evelyn complete. Trigger complete. All performing for their F skills done. Not waste all the energy here. All right. Let's waste all this energy really quickly. Let's get all the shit I need out of it. Just remember, there is no such thing as S-rank men in this game. They're all fucking shit.
What's your honor really worth?
Yes. He hurt you. What'd he do? Well, go stop him. Go tell mommy. Mommy will ground him. I'm not sure if you're telling the truth or not.
Stay calm.
I'm not gonna lie. Your mom's gonna determine that one.
For flowers that bloom in the abyss.
The end is nigh. Do 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 do. Do
Let me show you how it's done. Tales for the dawn that sets the world alight. Only for Master Proxy. Stand still. Heads for flowers that bloom in fear. But my heart keeps beating. Yeah, it's stubborn as hell. I'm one swing away from breaking the spell.
I just need one wind. Those ones breaking, those strong. If you're turning.
One shot to prove I can still begin. I've been losing so long, but I keep on moving. Every fall, every bruise. Let me show you how it's done. A deep clean. There it is. In position. Free soul evil. Truth is a beloved fairy tale. I don't care if I'm bleeding. I've been painted red before. If the devil's still breathing, I'll drag him right out my door.
Shit.
Every scar's a lesson.
Shit.
Every tear's a mess.
2 more. 2 more, then my energy's fucking gone. Yes. No, do some deadly assault for a minute.
Only for Master Prophet. Truth is a beloved fairy tale. Don't look straight at me. I'll write the ending to your nightmare.
One more.
To end it all, they can count me out 1,000 times, but I'll crawl through hell with a bleeding spine. No grave, no chains gonna hold me still. I'll break them apart when she get there. Understood. I'll write the ending to your nightmare. Truth is a beloved fairy tale.
Shit. Shit. Alright, all shit. Switch to the keyboard. And let's go through this shit. I love Novus do whatever Novus wants to do. If Novus wants to be a mod, Novus can just be like, hey, mod me. If he doesn't want to be a mod, he doesn't have to be a mod. I just make everybody a mod because fuck it, why not? I think it's fucking hilarious to do that.
Yeah, city of steel, neon bleeds in the cracks. No time to pray, just load the mag. Welcome to the void, where the break don't last.
Alright, shit. 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 All you shit. All your shit. Shit. I'm making it. You know what? I don't care. All y'all shit. I don't even trust any of y'all. You're all shit. If you come from that fucking thing, you shit. Every single one of y'all shit. Your shit, and your shit. There, all shit. Saved. Right?
Enemies closing in, heat rising up, my skin clock's ticking like a death drum. I don't feel
Craft.
the end. I'm riding high on adrenaline, zero sleep and discipline.
Only 28, damn.
Diamonds and I'm sharp like the ships I said. Dark zones where the rules bend.
Alright,
No
so
best friends, just all my burdens. Ain't no peace when the hollow extends. Zenless level accelerated, power surge, I'm levitated.
hey, what about these? 103. Not too bad.
No God, no fate, just race that won't have pain.
And 3 days left.
Zenless rise, obliterate.
Hey, everything's gonna work out in my favor because everything's gonna line up with payday.
See, hanging by a thread, still I walk like I own it. Sirens screaming, shadows lurking, but I'm calm and zoning zero out with no regrets. I'm the storm they ain't controlling, steel nerve, silver tongue. I spit truth like it's loaded. Crack the sky, bring the thunder, hack the world, tear it asunder. Blackout mode.
Oh, I'll be right back. I left it. Time to talk about drama.
Every corner, every turn, we the last line standing firm. Pushing back the end, no time to go. I got lost in the hollows, mind twisted by the code, but I rose out the ashes.
What drama? I don't know. We're gonna talk drama. So here's drama. Drama. Drama.
Warning, target detected. I see a moment, red light vision. 10 seconds in and I'm elevated. This is war.
Alrighty. Do like we do with everyone. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not worried about this girl no more. Ain't worried about this shit no more. Ain't worried about that shit no more. Ain't worried about that shit no more.
Over the past few years,
That I think will be interesting to watch. I think we're going to start off very lightly with the reacts. I'm going to start the reacts off very fucking lightly. Alrighty. Yeah, hopefully you guys are doing alright. Just roll a 7 on a 10 rolls. Dude, for a second I thought I read that as a 7 out of 10 rolls. Well, death, like, we don't know what's going to happen in that story. Like, okay, I got a feeling that he's going to come back. Like, he's asleep, right? But I have a feeling that this story is going to incarnate. What the fuck is a cookie? I need to actually fucking figure out what this is. I know you sent it to me. I haven't done things. I've been lazy. I'm not gonna lie. I've been a lazy son of a bitch. Oh no, what the fuck is... What is a fucking goddamn thing anyway? Alright, hold on. You've been asking for this. You've been asking. I got you. We do it right fucking now, okay? We do it right fucking now. We do it live. Let me see some here. Who would it fit? Who would it fit the most? You know what? All right. There, so that way you know I'm fucking doing it. We're producing it. Let's see what it comes up with. I won't spoil who it is, but I'm making it for you. What's up, people? Good night. Good night. Is it night where you're at? Good night. Good evening. Ah. Come on. Since we got new ChatGPT 5, it should do a little bit better than it used to do. So let's see what happens. It's 8 p.m. It's 6 p.m. for me. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. What do you think, Vortex? Let's see if we can try a better one. Even though I think that's fucking hilarious as shit. I might actually use the first one, but let's see what it can do. I might use that. I might actually fucking use that, bro. All right, let's see what the second one is. Oh no. Okay. Copy this image. Okay. Make use Monoto. All right, Vortex, I got you. We give it a second. We give it a second here. Now for this, the price is 50 fucking members. Yeah, 50 gift members. There you go. I need 50. Ugh, come on. I see the ears.
Senpai, why'd you call me that? Mentally issued? Damn right I am. Now say it again, but meaner. Come on, daddy! I showed up in class with a leash and a plan. Crawled to senpai like spit on me, man. He said, Jordan, well, you freaky little fan. I said, that's right, daddy, now say it again. Mood swings wilder than a GaChA roll. Crave and shame like it's my daily goal. If I had a brain and it went away, now I'm begging like a dog saying, make me obey. Senpai called me mentally broke. Told me I'm weird, now I'm starting to choke. You're gay and insane, I took it to heart. Now degrade me harder, tear me apart. Come on, daddy, give me that pain. Psych of all said I'm not okay. I'm down on my knees saying, call me a joke. Using words like whips, don't get me ho.
Remove the mustache.
I'm barked in class, yeah, that's my right. Senpai stared like, what the hell? I said, shut up and gaslight me as well. Got rejected, I clap with glee. That humility is sweet to me. I'm a mess, a wreck, a walking hell. But daddy senpai makes it feel like hell. Chains on my heart, leash on my soul. Senpai's insults make me whole. Sane, I left.
Oh, shit.
Now degrade me harder, say my pain's your game. Senpai call me mentally fried. I giggled like a gremlin dead inside. You're a menace, disgrace to men. Say it again, then say it again. Come on, daddy, crush my pride. Feed me shame with the side of snide. I'm your pet, your freak, your fan. Now degrade me harder if you can.
Only 5 seconds here.
Degrade me, daddy, harder.
Uh, so- I mean, like, look, you can do whatever the fuck you want with AI. AI can do all kinds of shit. We're going far on this. We're going to see what he does. We have to. Where is it? Here's gonna be this one picture. Let's see. Fuck it. While we wait, I am going to go fuck off. Controller. What? That was weird.
I've been waiting for you.
That one was weird. It's not doing what I wanted to fucking do. Alright. I'll work on it.
Don't be mad. I offer you the dazzling star of a summer night. Careful, don't get scared. Sword technique for summer night.
Here's a taste of the abyss. Let's make this quick.
You're lucky that out. Surprise! Starts to score. At the beach, Alice Timefield is unstoppable. Your weakness has been exposed.
Ow.
The final act begins now. I'll make it painless.
Come on! Don't be nervous! You'll regret choosing me as your opponent. Time to take you over!
Just give up.
In the name of summer, I won't lose!
Now, you're the prey. Let's make this quick. No escape. Here's a taste of the abyss.
You're all that I offer you. The dazzling star of a summer night.
Should have been switching back between Alice and Jane. Yeah, it's a 39. Alright. We will turn that to an emote.
Where are you hiding? Yuzua. Show yourself.
Alrighty. Let's take a look to see a couple of different things. Let's take a look at Zenless Zone Zero Gamescom 2025 highlights. Oh boy, it's only a minute long, so let's see what we got going here. The fuck? Wow, okay. Uh-huh. Oh, look, Benz was there. That's a dude. That's a dude. That's definitely a dude. That's 100% a dude. That's a dude. Both of those are dudes. That's a dude. All that's dudes. All that's dudes. Bunch of dudes. Nice PC cases, though. I will fucking say that. That cosplay for Monato is not good. That dude's not buff enough. Those are all dudes. Every single person in this picture is a dude. All the picture, everybody in this picture is a dude. Because I've seen that Seeds animation short. I have seen it. We can go take a look at it again.
You want to take in this orphan?
I saw her. A flower blooming amidst
Like-
the ruins.
Let me put it like this. This animation short right here, in particular, has made it to where a lot of people on my well, not just on my Discord, but in DMs and such, a lot of people I know of that said they weren't going to pull for Seed originally is now pulling for Seed. But they're torn now.
Warning, extremely high-risk target initiating.
Trapped for half a month with barely any signs of corruption. It's practically a miracle. However,
Is there something wrong, Doctor?
there are serious flaws in how she perceives and comprehends life. I'm not sure what she's been through, but I must remind you, she has no heart.
Because she retarded.
We're here. From now on, this will be your home.
She's autistic.
No, stop. Why are you eating the flowers?
It looks so I can't eat it?
That's what makes her so
You
adorable.
want to take in this orphan?
It makes sense now. It makes
But what
perfect
can
sense
you
about
do
her,
for
and you
her?
actually feel bad about her.
Are you concerned about me? I'll be fine. You've grown another 3 centimeters. This one's different from our dolls at home. Try touching it. I shall teach her how to have a heart. I will plant a seed in her heart. I will carefully nurture this flower from the ruins.
Seed Senior is the best fucking dad ever.
Promise?
As you know, I've been falling asleep lately. You must learn to take care of yourself at such times. Since you like the cockpit, why don't you pilot me and help others when that happens?
You mean I'll be Seed?
More or less. You're talented. I know you can handle it.
You tried to dismantle the self-defense system behind our backs? It's only a matter of time before the logic core completely fails. Don't you understand? It's suicide, Seed! Did that even cross your mind?
I have no regrets. I've always prioritized following orders. But just this once, I wanted to prove that I do have a heart. And so does she.
Eradication mode engaged. Locking onto high-risk target.
Seed? 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 Are you feeling sleepy again? You keep conking out at weird moments these days. Look at this flower. It looks so fragile, but it's growing. I don't get it. Will I finally understand once I grow taller? But I don't want to grow any taller. It'll get really cramped inside the cockpit. Seed? Are you asleep again? Good night, Seed.
I have no regrets. It's just a pity that I won't get to see her blossom. I planted some seeds in the ruins where I first met her. I wonder if they've grown into a field of flowers now. Good night, Flora.
Not gonna lie, that is a really good fucking story. And I honestly hope I'll say this. I honestly fucking truly do fucking hope that in the story, like, we do kind of like recover like parts or some shit, like parts of the memory of Seed. That just tells Flora, you know, different things. And helps educate her. And make sure that she doesn't eat flowers or gasoline. It's really good. Alrighty. Let's go on to our videos here. Alright, proxy map guys. So Gabimaru's got a video about the 3 biggest issues of weather and waves. I want to take a look at it. It's 22 minutes and 47 seconds long, but hey, I like this guy. This guy really does explain a good bit about weather and waves in his own personal opinion. So I want to see. I want to see what he has to say.
Hello, peeps. I'm a little more energetic today, and I felt like making a video that usually I wouldn't make, but you know, I'm feeling myself, so why not just make an honest video about it? Right. Now, I would like to just quickly start off in this video by saying something that I know, you know, people think my content towards WUWA is a lot more critical than some of the other games. However, I want to explain why it is I do this, right? Many think it's because I want to agenda post against WUWA and make it look bad. However, if this was the case, I wouldn't openly admit 99% of the time that I still think it's the greatest mainstream GaChA game on the market right now. Otherwise, I'd obviously be hating on it, right? The reason I'm as critical with WUWA as I am is because this is a game I've played since launch, right? Unlike, I'm sure, many people out there, I have been a literal day one in this game, pre-register, everything. By no means am I special for doing that, but let's be honest, WUWA basically exploded during Renacida, so a lot of people who actively play the game, probably more than not, did not actually play the game day one, right?
No, that's an agreeable take right there. I do agree with that one. Because WUWA had, quote unquote, apparently a bad launch, even though I didn't think it had a bad launch. It had a bad launch, so a lot of people I know of did not want to bother with Weather Waves because of that. And then when Renacida and the trailer and everything popped in, they said, well, I'll give it another shot. And then they came back in and they were immensely fucking happy with all the changes. But a lot of them who never experienced 1.0 when they went back to like the old areas and there was no flying, kind of got a little upset too.
So this is something I actually had a connection with, and it's the game I started my YouTube channel off with. I glazed this game and I criticize it heavily because I want it to be different and not commit these same mistakes that Hoyo did. After all, that was the entire point of why people invested their time and decided to play this game over the rest of the bigger competition, was because it offered something different, something more, without being anywhere near as predatory, which made people want to make this their main game, right? So once again, I do not hate this game. The reason I'm more critical of this game compared to Hoyo games is because I've simply lost hope in Hoyo's games when I haven't exactly yet lost hope in WUWA. Though the current way it's going, it's not too far off to the point where I'll basically just stop talking about my criticisms for this game as often because I will be accustomed to it, right? So today I wanted to rank probably the 3 things that annoy me the most about this game lately, right? This isn't old time. This is straight up just lately, right now. What is it that has annoyed me the most?
All right, let's take bets here. Let's take bets. How do you think the comment section is going to look from newest comments on down? How do you think the comment section is going to look? You think it's going to be good? You think it's going to be bad? Because he's going to be hitting 3 apparently issues that he's got with the game. I'm already more excited about the comment section than anything. I'm excited about to see what he's about to say, but I'm excited to see how bad that comment section is going to be. because we all know how criticism works in WUWA, man. We all know how it is. And I'm a day one player in Weather and Waves, and I stopped playing it pretty much because, look, I'm going to say it like this. WUWA 1.0 to 1.4, I think, in all honesty, was the highlight of that game for me. That everything went well. After 2.0, it did do a couple of things relatively great. Okay? But I have my own complaints about the game, and straight up, I feel like it's falling into that stale market. That's why I kind of like, I played here and there, but I'm really hoping that 3.0 is just going to change everything and just bring back, that passion that I had for WUWA back when it first came out. That's all I'm waiting on.
So I want to start off with a big one. And I feel like I truly do not see people make enough videos on this, as it's quite common to really shit on, some other GaChA games for doing this, but not do it over here when it's arguably worse, right? So let's talk about kit restrictions, or just restrictions in general.
No.
Negative status effects were kind of the beginning of the end, right? That's pretty over dramatic, because it is, but you get what I'm saying. Negative status effects is when this game started taking a 180, and by this I mean most supports, most DPSs were general and their signatures were general. However, now they were starting to sell teams in like bundles, and on top of this, characters didn't seem to really shine all that great outside of the dedicated best in slot teams Kuro had in mind, right? For example, Phoebe can be ran as main DPS, which is cool, though in Whimpering Waste it's not that good unless you have Chikona, right? And you as well have Phoebe as a sub DPS, or actually no, just basically a support in Zanny's team. And in this team, obviously it's Phoebe's best in slot team, and she can't really go outside of this, right? This is my number one problem with negative status effects, is that negative status effect supports of a certain element cannot really benefit any other element or different team of the negative status effect archetype, right? So you basically need to pull a new team for every single mono negative status effect team that they decide to make, and you can't just use a support from another team in a different negative status of team, even if it isn't best in slot. It just feels ass, right? So that's the issue I have with it. However, back then, the excuse I and many people used was it's just negative status effects, right? At the end of the day, when they don't make negative status effect teams, they won't be this restrictive with character kits and the way they work. And so a heavy attacker, a basic attacker, a whatever could still take perfect advantage of general supports, right?
Yeah, I'm just going to say negative status effects, my personal opinion upon them is that they're junk. I'm sorry. I am completely sorry. Negative status effects in WUWA, they should have never did that. Like, for the longest time, with 1.0 all the way to like with Phoebe's release, like the only thing you could do, the only sign of negative status effects was from the actual enemies, the actual bosses and such that gets to you. And in all honesty, it wasn't even that big of a deal, right? And now that we got teams that are applying stats effects, Spectral Frazzle, Aerial Erosion, we still haven't seen Flame Burst and all the other ones yet because they haven't shown up yet, but still. Negative stats, I'm sorry. Well, this is one thing they should just copy from GaChA straight off the fucking bat. Like, give me an advantage and a weakness to an enemy. If the enemy is ice, I am fire, I have an advantage. The enemy is, I don't know, fire, I'm wind, I blow it out, okay? I figure it out. To me, it should have played more like Pokemon, to where element effects mattered. They were more visually representative.
However, this illusion has been ruined as of recent. For those who don't know, even though I've talked about it quite a lot now, and I'm sure other people have too. Yuno has 50% heavy damage amp on her outro, which anyone can activate. It's really solid. However, she has another 40% damage amp in her kit that basically only Augusta can activate this. There is no one else that can activate this because you need to build up Blessing of the Wand Light. Blessing of the Wand Light is something that stacks up or ticks up, right? You get 1 stack every time you gain a shield in Yuno's Full Moon domain, right? Now, the reason this matters is because you need to get 10 fucking stacks of this thing to fully max it out. Each stack is 4% damage amp, and it obviously maxes out at 40%. And Augusta has a talent in her kit where she refreshes her own small ass shield that makes no difference in how she plays every 0.5 seconds, specifically for this Yuno synergy. And so every other character in the game will only be receiving the 50% heavy damage amp from Yuno, while Augusta gets this premium full unlocked kit buff, right?
Yep.
So Yuno is around a 18% increase at S0R0 in a Augusta team, and this is actually competitive with the difference Phoebe makes in a Zanny team and Chacona makes in a Cartethia team compared to the second best in slot options, meaning Kuro has now gotten their grubby little hands their own restrictive kit mechanics that they've been doing for negative status effects, and they have now moved on to doing the exact same shitty practices to characters that aren't even supposed to be restrictive, right?
No, 100%. Like, in that case regards, I was hoping that for that 40%, that, you know, if she built the blessings up, that it would be transferred over to the next character that came on the field, but it doesn't work that way. So yeah, Augusta's the only one that can benefit from it, and kind of shows that if you want to maximize the potential of Augusta, you need to have the other character that basically creates a full kit. And this is another reason why I kind of like Zenless Zone Zero a little bit better in that regards, because, I mean, when you look at something like ZZZ, right? Let me come back to right here, right? You look at something like Zenless Zone Zero, man. Why won't let me select? Oh, my ZZZ is acting ass right now. I'm going to reset it. But it tells you, like, instead of, you know, particularly in the kit or whatever that's going to only work for this character, it bases it, hey, if you have a support in this team, you have this in that team, in general, you know, it's going to work to benefit those people. Hugo needs 2 stunners. It doesn't mean you need to have, you know, Lighter or Lycon. They're great stars. If you don't have a Hugo, you don't have, I mean, if you don't have a Lighter or you don't have a Lycon, you can replace one with Jufufu. You can replace it with another stunner. It's generalized, and that is great. So that way you could actually you could just in a multitude use different types of units in different types of factions. You know, it's not just limited.
So now Yuno's value outside of an Augusta team is pretty shit, right?
Right, you don't need any game from Miyabi stack fast.
Main DPS is solid, but I'll get into that in a little bit. Sub DPS and main DPS is basically the only 2 teams Yuno is good in. Main DPS, she obviously isn't top tier, but she is actually pretty solid. And then her best in slot team will always be with Augusta, as that's the highest damage output one, right? And the issue I take with this is any Yuno pullers, if they don't want to run her as main DPS, but want to keep her as this like general heavy attack buffer, I'm sorry to say, you're probably not going to be using this woman all that well in future limited teams with other heavy attackers, right? Because if she's only 18% better than Mortefi at S0R0 in an Augusta team, imagine in any other heavy attackers team where they don't get the 40% damage amp, right? Now, what this likely leads to is a less than 10% upgrade from grabbing and so it's straight up better to go for a signature weapon on the DPS or sequences somewhere else, or just invest in a new team. Just keep using more Teffy. What's the point of even pulling a new limited character if they're less than 10% better than a 4-star you likely have as 6 with static mist on them, right? So Yuno's value outside of an Augusta team is just dog shit as a support, and it means she's very easily replaceable in future new heavy attacker DPS's teams. And WUWA or Kuro, they did this shit on purpose, obviously. As of recent, they've been wanting to sell teams in bundles as much as they can. They want to restrict characters so that they're good short-term in their short-term best-in-slot teams, but going into the future, this allows them to be very easily replaced since half of their kits don't even work effectively without a DPS that can activate half of their buffs.
He's 100% right. This is where I was talking about back in 2.3 with our good boy, with our good old friend Noisy Boy, who comes to the channel every now and then, where I was trying to explain to him where he was so excited when he heard about the leaks of the girl and saying that, oh man, I'm going to actually buff up my GN. You're going to buff your GN. Don't get me wrong. But like I told him is don't get too emotionally attached to that point, because it's first and foremost, it's leaks. Second thing is that most likely the trend is going on. Like with Phoebe, with Zanny, with Kokona, whatever, to that of Cartwheel and such, and now this. It's probably not going to be as good as you think it will be. I mean, this is a person that was thinking that GN is going to become back to top tier. He's going to be the most amazing. Well, Augusta is going to be top tier over GN as a heavy attack damage dealer, because not only does she get the 50% buff that GN gets, she's also getting the additional 40% buff that is going to be provided in the kit. And along with that, even if you use a character like Shorekeeper that GN could use, she's going to get that benefit too, which ultimately, yeah, what's the point of pulling that character if you don't pull for Augusta? Like, it's not going to make that big of a difference. It looks solid on paper, but in the future, unless there's a generalized heavy attack damage buffer that's limited for someone like GN's still going to be at the bottom tier. He's still going to be a lower tier character. He was top tier in 1.0 and all that, I understand, but he's still not going to come up.
Right? So the unfortunate reality is that likely will not age well if you only care about her being a heavy attack support. And this is a problem I have with this game. In version 1, all the DPSs were general, right?
Yeah.
Signature weapon jumps weren't as big. Signature weapons were also general, right?
Right.
Blah, 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 blah. There's so much in version 1 that can just be used on future or other characters. But they completely took a 180 in version 2 since negative status effects, and now that they're trying to go all the way, even outside of negative status effects, adding these restrictions that make certain supports best in slots and makes them not so good for future value, it's really bad, right? Like, why are you going out of your way to ruin the general value of characters so?
Because they need to sell the characters. They need to sell the banners. So for people who are not going to pull for Augusta, now that you know about this, guess what? Now you have a dilemma. Do I pull for Augusta or not? Like I said, in terms of someone who plays like a heavy attack damage character like GN, you might have been the type of person like, man, my GN's going to come back up. My GN's going to be top tier again. You see this next character, you're realizing that, okay, well, I can only benefit from a partial section of this kit. I can't benefit from the full kit, but Augusta does. Now, in Kuro's mind, it will force you to make that dilemma, that choice. Do I pull for Augusta as well, so that way I can utilize this? And I hate to say it, this is how the future is going to be for Weather and Waves. Like, I almost feel like this is like the net marble strategy, okay? And it's the reason why I don't play solo leveling Arise anymore. is because when I first played Solo Leveling Arise, the game gave me basically everything I fucking wanted, right? It gave me everything that I deemed I wanted. I was fucking happy. I was great. I was going to say, back then when I played Solo Leveling Arise, I was like, damn, this is a fucking good game. This is like on par with Kuro. Then the monetization started hitting. Later on, the monetization started hitting to where, you know, it started becoming more and more costly. Now I got to start pulling for this. Now I got to start changing for this. Which I dropped the game after that. I'm not touching it. Because WUWA is still, you know, less predatory. And it still is. Like, WUWA is still less predatory. At the end of the day, it still has less predatorial practices. But it's starting to build up its predatorial practices. It's starting to be a competition. And it knows that. Again, another reason for this is that when Kuro was first starting out, you know, small little company, 300 employees, they built PGR, they're building this. So yeah, give the players everything they can give. You know, give them a free limited, you know, all the free rewards, everything, give them all the materials they need, get them hooked. Now you're hooked. Now you're addicted. Now you got an account that is actually worth something. Do you want to continue making that account worth something? Or do you want to try to keep doing what you're doing? HP inflation, all these problems, everything that is starting to happen is just signs that Kuro is following the business practices. And I'm going to tell you my honest opinion on this. All these changes happened after Tencent bought the other shares to get 51%. After they got 51%, all of a sudden Kuro Games started acting like this. It was straight overnight, the feeling. The next update after that 51% was in the Tencent's hands and they became the investor, we started seeing these types of practices start happening. And I kind of, that's where I blame it mostly on that. Because that business is going to determine. I don't care what anyone says. Oh, well, it's still Kuro. They just invested. They'd let Kuro do what their Kuro's doing. Yeah, they're going to let Kuro do what the Kuro's doing. But if they want to say, hey, look, I want a skin for $30, you can't tell that company no. You can't tell that investor no. That investor owns 51% of your shares.
Badly. And I know why they're doing it, right? It's obviously because they make way more fucking money off of selling bundle teams than someone using SK for the 20th time. But it's like, come on, right? So that's my thoughts on the number one issue I have with WUWA as of current. It's easily
I agree with the take.
How hard they're trying to push restrictive kits to make sure characters don't go beyond their value in the future, and that they're only best in slot for one or two teams, so Kuro can keep them in check and keep selling newer supports and newer other, you know, characters, right? The second thing that I take an issue with in this game has to be obviously the signature jumps. Now, a lot of people don't understand why it is I take such an issue with WUWA's signature jumps, right?
Before he gets into it, I'll just say it like this. We looked at Augusta's weapon, right? And we looked at Cartwheel's weapon. Signature weapons. Both of them have the ability to ignore defense, right? But if you read the one for Augusta, Cartwheel's one on a rank 1 is 8%, which is relatively decent. And then if you got erosion stacks or whatever, you're going to be doing 20% more damage. It works out very well for the character's kit and everything. But when you're looking at Augusta's signature weapon, I'm not sure if he's going to talk about it or not, but you look at Augusta's one, that is 36% ignoring defense on a rank 1. And it goes up to 60 at a rank 5. Like, you're ignoring, not only is it doing heavy attack damage, it's increasing your heavy attack damage, not only is it increasing your attack damage in general and all this other stuff, you're going to ignore 36% at a rank 1 and then 60. Like, yeah, it's showing you the value of that signature weapon. And holy moly, that is a complete fucking jump.
And I want to try and explain it as best as I can here. Yes, it's true. WUWA's signature jumps are on the same level of HSR, so technically I shouldn't complain about it, is what a lot of people say, even though I already complain about the Lycone situation in HSR quite commonly. Here's the thing. HSR is 1 year older than WUWA. If we were to compare the time span, time period, right?
All right, right here, I know he's going to get into, and I'm going to have to disagree with this one. Because technically speaking, WUWA, even though it's a year old, in terms of what it has pushed in updates, the game's actually almost like 2 years old. Because their goal is to push out major version updates every 6 months. So every 6 months, you're going to go from 2.0 to 3.0, from 3.0 to 4.0. That is what their goal is every 6 months to jump those major updates. And if you take a look at what Hoyle Games has done, their major updates is in 1 year. So ZZZ 3.0 ain't going to be happening until June of next year. Whereas Weather and Waves is going to be jumping twice by that point. We will be at 4.0 basically by the time that 3.0 comes out for ZZZ. That is what Kuro is standing on. And so taking age of development, the practices of development, and how fast they're pushing this, you could take age of time as one thing, but age of development, Weather and Waves is technically 2 years old in development. It's 1 year old with 2 year old development. I'm not sure if I'm best explaining that, but that's my take on that.
Right, and go to version 2, which is where HSR would currently take place in WUWA's lifespan. We did not have 40% jumps and signatures yet. Most characters had 25 to 30%. Right. It wasn't until we got into version 3 where we actually started getting this big of jumps. The first case was my day, and the worst case is Cassie with around a 40-something% jump. Right. So, let's get that out of the way. WUWA is 1 year younger, but has already caught up to HSR's Lycone jumps.
That's what they want to do.
There is another issue with this game, being the fact that their 4 stars are complete and utter dog shit, right? The reason this matters is that they're likely not going to upgrade the standard banner weapons. They very clearly don't give a shit about really updating 4-star weapons unless it's Battle Pass, which, by the way, R5 of the new Battle Pass weapon, I'm pretty sure, is weaker than Lustrous Razor for Augusta. So even if you get 5 battle passes after multiple patches, it's still better to just use the standard weapon than use the fucking battle pass weapon, right? So 4-star jumps in this game are more comparable to 50 to 60% jumps to current character signatures, right? That is absolutely fucking disgusting. And if you don't get how bad it is yet, let me put it this way for you. In version 1, almost all DPS characters did not hit the 20% signature jump compared to standard weapon. Why does this matter, Gabby? Well, Prolova's difference, right, between her signature weapon and String Master, not the standard, compared to another limited weapon being String Master, the jump from String Master to Prolova's signature weapon is the same as version 1 DPS's signature jump from standard to limited signature. And that's limited versus limited. And that is the best limited weapon in the entirety of the game for its general use. This is an issue that is much, much worse than people want to let on. People really like sugarcoating it because this game's, weapon banner is guaranteed. And although that is 100% an advantage it has compared to some of these other Hoyo games, it's not going to be an advantage anymore if signatures keep increasing. And let's all be honest, by version 3, we will probably see a 50% signature weapon jump somewhere in version 3, right?
Right.
And I heard in PGR, this has already happened. The whole mono teams, the whole kit restrictiveness, weapons giving insane jumps compared to other options. I've heard they already did this in PGR, so this isn't anything new. They are applying what they did in another game to their newer one, but the rates in WUWA are way fucking worse compared to PGRs, right? So the signature weapon problem is much, much worse than people like to let on. It is much worse, right?
I thought it was 18%. I thought I was told it was 18%. Now you see you're gonna make me go do some research here on the side. Let me get a new tab real quick. While we let Gabby keep on talking, I'm going to take a look at the weapons real quick.
So, those are the two biggest issues I currently have with WUWA, right? So, let's talk about the third and last one that, although isn't as big of a deal to me, it's 100% something that should be noted, right?
Okay.
So, this issue is with banner placement. Now, I don't have as much of an issue if it's character reruns, right? Like Zanny Phoebe, let's all be honest, that shit was scummy, right? But at the end of the day, Phoebe was technically a rerun, so it's semi-understandable. But two new limited units who are best in slot for each other running back-to-back banners is really fucking annoying, right? Augusta and Yuno and Cartethia Chacona, I believe, are the two instances of this as of late. Cartethia Chacona were back-to-back banners, with Cartethia being the beginning of 2.4 and Chacona being the end of 2.3. And Augusta and Yuno, as you can see and has been officially announced, they are best in slot for each other, and they're literally in this 2.6 patch back-to-back, right? And I really just don't like this, right? I really don't like this in the slightest, because at least in HSR, right, the rates are worse. Average pulls per patch is about the same to WUWA, but the rates are 100% worse in HSR. But they at least give you the little bit of decency where if new characters are getting like a new limited best in slot teammate, at minimum, it will be one entire patch after the character's release, right? For example, Phanon is the first phase of 3.4, with Saridra being the second phase of 3.5. So this is actually more than a patch's time difference between banners. After this, he's getting Dan Heng as the best in slot sustain. Though Dan Heng shouldn't be pullable, you get the point. Dan Heng is the second phase of 3.6, and Dan Heng is free, right? Dan Heng is straight up free. You can go for his Eidolons, but he should be free according to current leaks. You as well have Casterus. Casterus released in 3.2. She didn't get Hyacine until second phase 3.3. After this, she's getting March all the way up in, I believe, 3.6 first phase, and Cyrene should be 3.7 first phase, also best in slot. As you can see, even the worst of the worst, patch differences between limited supports and HSR, there's a one patch difference. They aren't running, Phanon plus Saridra on the same patch. They aren't running Casterus plus Hyacine on the exact same patch. WUWA has been taking advantage of players and making them miss out on character banners so that they they experience FOMO and are more likely to drop money. As, let's be honest, yes, you can just wait till a rerun, but a rerun is going to take 4.5 months to 6 months most of the time, right? So most people don't want to wait that long of a time period before they can take full advantage of their team, and they'll feel more pressured in their head to drop money for this shit. Because why would you wait half a month when, you know, you could use a day's worth of money, right, from work or whatever? I'm assuming you're working like a 9 to 5 or whatever the fuck, and this will allow you to not have to wait, 6 months before getting right? This is really fucking scummy, and it isn't talked about enough.
Never thought about that.
This game's banner placements are, right?
I never thought about that in terms of like they're putting like on the patch, right? In this one patch, 2 characters together that for that kit. And most people can only, F2P or whatever, will only be able to pull for one of the 2 characters. So, I honestly get his point. I did not think about that. I did not think about that shit. That's actually, yeah, WUWA's banner placements is kind of shitty.
So, those are my 3 most annoying issues with WUWA as of current. We have them going out of their way to make kits as restrictive as possible so characters can't age well or be all that versatile. We have the signature weapon jumps being much worse than people lead on when talking about it, and it just isn't talked about enough, right? And then you also have the quite shitty banner placements as of recent, where they're consistently selling teams or best in slot teammates in the exact same patch that are completely new and not just reruns, right? We'll find out soon whether or not GaChA and QU1 are best in slot for each other, or if QU1 truly is best in slot for Augusta, who knows, right? But if QU1 and GaChA end up being best in slot for each other, which by the way, there's actually a decent chance because they're both echo skill damage dealers, then I'm gonna be fucking pissed, right? Love you all. Hope you have a great day. Let me know down in your comments your 3, most, biggest issues you have with WUWA, basically, right? Or you could also drop your 3 favorite things about WUWA as of currently compared to the rest of the GaChA space. Why not spread a little bit of positivity if you've made it this far into the video? After all, this isn't a video meant to attack WUWA. This is a video meant to criticize some issues I personally have with it, even if others may not agree. Love you all. Hope you have a great day. Hope you have a great night. Peace out.
Hello, Pete. No, I got it. I think he's got some good points. I really do. I never thought about the banner placements as of recent, but yeah, I think he's kind of right about the banner placements, and I want to see how that would continue going on, if they're going to fix that or not. But thinking about what he's just saying here with the character kits, I mean, that is proving to be a clear issue. The signature weapon jump, I was looking at Furlova's weapon right here, and not gonna lie, like I don't think it's like a 50% difference, but like you'd look at it like base of the weapon on pretty much on this one right here for her, and this one right here for Stringmaster. So 588 on the basic attack, crit rate is 24%, 36%. Attack will increase by 12%. Within 12 seconds of dealing echo skill damage, you'll gain 32% of Resi skill damage bonus and 32% of echo skill damage amplification, and ignore 8% of the target's defense when damaging. Whereas over here, this will grant you 12% attribute damage bonus. And when dealing Resi skill, the attack will increase by 12%, stacking up to 2 times. So that will be, 24. This effect will last for 5 seconds, and when the wielder is not in the field, they will get their attack will be by an additional 12%. I mean, I could see that this is a better fucking signature weapon than String Master. You're going to be gaining, right? If you're dealing damage within 12 seconds of Echo skill damage, you're going to get a 32% buff on Resonant skill damage. So that's going up. Along with that, you're also going to get Echo skill damage application by 32%, and you're also going to ignore 8% of the target's defense when dealing damage. And I gotta say, yeah, this weapon is much better of a weapon. I didn't realize that. I thought it was just like, you know, from what I was hearing from several different people, it was just a slight little bump, nothing big deal. That String Master still works with for Lova and everything else. I mean, looking at it like that, I'm just gonna say that signature weapon for what her kit and everything revolves around, that is pretty massive. So, yeah. Gabby, don't change. Keep making this great content. Keep talking about WUWA. Keep keeping up with the criticisms as well as the glazing. Keep it both negative and positive, because that is how changes will need to be made. We're going to go check out the comment section here in a second, but otherwise than that, hey, I agree with the takes. So, yeah, that's a reaction video for the YouTube channel. So, otherwise, you know, guys, you know the drill is. Keep it classic, keep it jazzy, always keep it real, and we'll catch you on the next video. Peace. All right, let's take a look at the comments section. Sort by newest. I felt bamboozled when I saw shield size in the game, so it was just obviously a cheap way to gatekeep her weapon and dedicated support from other characters. Isn't that a good thing if Ino is that good? Meta slaves wouldn't be forced to pull her. The 3 best things are WUWA. I kind of feel bad for Kura because it doesn't matter how good you deliver, people always find a reason to hate on them. I hope they completely go predatorial so you guys would know what predatorial really means. I hope they keep improving the graphics that would filter out the F2P freeloaders who do nothing but complain about optimization than real issues with their prehistoric gaming device. Players with potato phones just quit. Will survive with just players that actually spending on the game. Holy shit, is that a comment? This dude wants fucking full predatorialness, wants to fuck off the fucking F2P freeloaders, fucking wants to make this shit to work only on a 50 fucking 90 and fucking make it only work on the latest fucking phone and tell you to go fuck yourself. That is a comment right there. I love plump grannies. 174, my God, with 39 subscribers. God damn. That is fucking hilarious. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh, that needs to be saved. That one comment right there. We need to save that, don't we? Oh yeah, we need to save this one. I love that. I love that comment. That is beautiful. 20. Okay, what was this for here?
Advantage of players and making them miss out on character.
Okay, that was the banner shit. So, what was being said at the banner ship? No, WUWA reruns are relatively fast. Name 2 cases where you had to wait that long for any support. Also, many players in JP and Korea complain that Uno is not running Augusta at the same time. You cannot please everyone. Kuro is just going very lenient. Some people are often forget the best in slot means just means best in slot. You should reserve for spenders only. Best in slot does not mean necessarily unless the game's inflating its difficulty. The game is beatable with F2P teams then it's fine. I still respect Gabi for his consistency in his takes, despite the fact I often agree to disagree with his takes. From fuck off. Didn't Shorekeeper take a little while for a rerun? Twice? Just saying. I don't play this game anymore. I follow you for HSR stuff. I would be the last person to defend this game, but I think as long as the game doesn't balance the difficulty around massive damage buffs, where it's fine. However, they increase the HP on enemies, then it becomes a problem. St. Tonas is going to make a video on this, guaranteed. I doubt he will. I doubt he will. My biggest problem is the 50-50 system. I lost every single 50-50 since Shorekeeper 1.3, other than Cart. I don't give this game money anymore, and I just skip the characters now because of it. I had to skip the entirety of Havoc 2.0 team because of all the pool currency lost from the 50-50 system. I honestly think this system does more harm to profits by making people quit. I hate it. Remove it. The small hope is do it Night Abyss. Okay, so this person is going to be talking about, they removed the 50-50 system, blah, blah, blah. Okay, yeah, I don't care. The game is good, but let's be honest. The puzzles, the boring events, no real in-game objectives, the echo problems, and restriction in team building makes WUWA a side game for most players. Dual Abyss Night is coming, and it's already only log in daily in WUWA. It's the only because I still have a monthly pass going on. Last hope in Hoyo games, yep, keep telling us that. I fail to see the problem, though. As a Guster pull is one gathering command things, I skip it. That means I am not missing that much damage. Like in WUWA, her buff of the thing, 300 points. A Guts and Mortifi S6 on Cardanza and Verena variation. If that is disgusting, 30% extra damage. Electro, I could easily break 7k. So I must have understood you the wrong way. Her signature situation is grievous because it's sharing TOA compared to the guaranteed lower pity, higher rates, less shitty than HSR with Acheron. String Master on Falova, thing with off field basically lose half the buff. Why even on A fees when you compensate for the loss of dice and damage to substats thing regarding no wall is true. Didn't we read Moon Girl's fucking kit? Because they're saying that this means that I'm not missing that much damage if they're skipping Uno. You get a 40% attack damage buff. You're getting a 50% heavy attack damage bonus. You're losing out on a lot of fucking potential with the character if you don't pull for it. I mean, I wouldn't, if you don't want to pull for it, don't pull for it. But like, I'm just saying that you're going to be missing out quite a bit. So I don't understand what this person's saying right here. That by not getting her, by getting as a Guster puller that wants the next two characters, I will be skipping the next character and I'm not missing out that much damage. We don't know what the next two character kits are. Okay. Oh, look, it's Madaz. Genshin given free constellations on anniversary. WUWA could never. Genshin gave like 3 foul for their first anniversary. Genshin celebrated 5 years. Of course it's going to be different. What the fuck? To be fair, they're kind of mad that they got con instead of characters. I don't know why they're so greedy now. Even the haters, like 4 free cons, bro. Still better than just 10 pulls a year. I mean, the comment section, I'm not going to lie, is not filled with a lot of people hating on him. I was expecting that when this video dropped, like this right here, Kuro Dog's in the comments, like I was expecting. Like, I don't think Bro's take is bad. Well, we might take a let's see. Which video is this? What video you want to see here? All right, I'll put that in the back burner right here. We'll put this in the back. We'll take a look at that. All right, well, we did this one. So we're going to take a look at another video here. All right, proxies, welcome to the YouTube recording. Yeah, so proxies. Apparently in this video from Koi, Augusta is so fucking stupid in Weather and Waves. I have no idea about this, but I am kind of interested because right now, look, I pulled for Augusta. I'm building Augusta. I'm still interested in Weather and Waves to a certain degree, and I think Augusta is a very good character. I love fucking Augusta, to be completely honest. I mean, she wraps that fucking sword around her thighs. Damn. So I want to see what we got going on with more stuff going in WUWA. So let's go ahead and lift up the volume on this, and let's take a look really quickly at, you know, why is Augusta so fucking stupid?
I'm sorry, guys. I tried my best. Like, I did try her yesterday, right? I said that, you know what? I'm gonna rest. Then tomorrow, I'm gonna try.
Gotta be a rage bait, right?
Try her out for the last time, and I still have the same results. Like, what the fuck? Let me show you. I mean, I already talked about this on my last video, my previous video, on how her ult works on Whimpering Waste. We all thought that she's gonna be good on Whimpering Waste, right? Because of this. Like, oh, this is pretty broken. This is so straightforward on her. And then I played it for a total of 3 to 4 hours straight. Like, she's not good here, man. Like, she's not really good here. Okay, maybe we can wait because Whimpering Waste will have a reset, right? Maybe they will fix it. I'm hoping so. You can check out my previous video me talking about this. I mean, ranting to be exact. Her rotations is not that complicated, okay? It's so easy to learn her full rotation on Mortify. Wait, let me find one that, you know. Yo, this one. As you can see here. Yeah, now I'm set it up, right? Now it's set up. And then I'm gonna press my ult. I know that these guys will be dead on the slash alone. So I take my time. And now they're dead, right? So we're thinking like, oh, the next enemy will come out. You know, the next wave. But no! They're not! What the This is so consistent, by the way. Like some...
Well, no, because you're freezing time. That's the entire point of her ult. Like... No, she's going to kind of suck in that regards. If you're thinking about using your ult in Whimpering Waste, yeah, 100% she's going to suck. Because, straight up, you had a few guys left on the screen. You should have killed them, wait for the next mob set to come in, and then use the ult.
Sometimes they pop up, but like most of the times they're not. Like, I think on my 10 runs, only 2 runs of those are the enemies are gonna be show up, and then the 8 times of those is like this. It's so frustrating, man. Like like my fucking like, you know, this animation is so cool, but you realize there is no such an enemy. Like, okay, like what, bro? They really need to fix this. Like, okay, let me find another one example. Yeah, this one again. Again, it just again. Okay, wait. All right, she's so badass, man, but like they need to fix this. Like, then yes, and then my final strike. Ew. Oh, what the fuck? Like, man, that's so like I'm really hoping they fix this one. Like on TOA, I don't think this happened because, you know, TOA is just often it's just like a 2 waves, 1 wave, 1 to 3 waves, right? But on Whimpering Waves,
I'm tickled.
I mean,
I'm tickled with this one
because my max point.
I'm gonna leave it right there. I'm tickled with this one. So, look, I played Augusta for a little bit. I do like Augusta. I think Augusta's great, but I was not expecting to go into Whimpering Waves with an ult that freezes time, that even the time countdown is frozen, to expect that enemies will spawn in the middle of my alt. Okay? I mean, this guy seems like he's very upset. Right? He's very much upset. 400 views with 12 likes. I'm about to go look at the comment section because, oh God, it's a you promise, to be honest. Her kit freezes time, freezes the enemies. If you look, it freezes the clock. The new enemies can't spawn because the clock stopped. Doesn't need a fix. The same happened to me. You have to be having skill issues though if you're getting less than 2k whipper waste where she's mega buffed. I think it's working exactly as intended. Like, bro, I gotta defend WUWA on this one, man. Like, that's not a kit issue. That's a player issue, straight up. Like, he's complaining for the first 3 minutes that when he uses the ult, it kills the enemies. There's nothing spawning in for him to continue using the ult on. That's the intention. Don't use the ult. Don't hold the ult. Like, just boom, boom, get it over, get it done with, and move on. Like, she's mega fucking buff. She is made right now for whimpering waste. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, I'm not gonna continue this video. We're gonna leave it like this. I mean, look. I'm like everyone else. I like, shitting a little bit on Weather and Waves here and there when it does deserve it. But this is one time that straight up, WUWA does not deserve this shit on. So, alrighty, yeah, we'll leave it with that. Scratch it. All right, I got a 9-minute video from EO that I'm going to react to. Because I actually don't think I have the same thought process about Dual Knight Abyss as EO does. So this is going to be where I'm going to put my thoughts into it. I want to hear his condensed thoughts compared to what I heard on him in the live stream. Like, look, I do think that this is, a good way for, Dual Knight Abyss to come out. But what ends up happening, and I'm going to just give you my honest opinion, because like the title here says how Dual Knight Abyss can change GaChA games forever. As I see it right now, Dual Knight Abyss is not a GaChA no more. It's just a mobile game. Because GaChA is not a genre. I don't understand how many people can't understand this. GaChA is not a genre. It's a business style. Okay? Like, when we talk GaChA games, it's a business practice. GaChA basically means casino, pulling banners, stuff like this. When you take out all that stuff, well, first and foremost, Dual Knight Abyss is no longer a GaChA. It's just a standard mobile game. So, yeah. Get ready, guys, for your YouTube intros and say hi to YouTube and all that good shit like you normally do. All right, proxies. So, we have a video from our boy EO. One of the more eccentric, and I honestly do like his takes in ZZZ with regards to fighting game mechanics and everything else. Well, Mr. EO, great ZZ content creator, is now going to be talking about how Dual Knight Abyss can change GaChA games forever. I've seen his live stream when he was first talking about this and everything, and well, we got a 9-minute video. I think that he's condensed his thought patterns on this. And I want to get the condensed thought patterns and give my own take on it. So let's see what EO has to say.
Right now, there's an uninformed argument going around the GaChA space regarding this upcoming game, Dual Knight Abyss. On one side, we have almost every creator speaking out on how critical it is that every GaChA player supports this game. On the other side, we have some creators and a good chunk of the community dismissing the game entirely because it's no longer a GaChA, right? You see why I call it misinformed? In today's video, I'm going to break down why tons of creators are telling you that the support of Dual Knight Abyss from this space specifically is so imperative to its success.
Okay.
For starters, what is Dual Knight Abyss? This new game was a GaChA ARPG that emphasized a new storytelling dynamic by giving players the perspective of two protagonists instead of just one. some kind of multi-dimensional fantasy realm that blends both magic and machinery, kind of like the world of Final Fantasy VI. The core gameplay was this interesting style of hybrid combat that fused the ability to switch between melee and ranged on the fly, dungeon crawling, loot dropping, and raid bosses out of the gate. For some of us, a game like this is already right up our alley. And then there was the old GaChA monetization model they had that was possibly the best we've seen in modern day times. No 50/50s, guaranteed weapons, the ability to craft those same weapons, and a system in place that allowed players to enjoy their character of choice without worrying about immediate power creep. Their old GaChA system was already good, so why did they suddenly announce they were basically removing every aspect of GaChA from the game? Yes, you heard me right, folks. No more GaChA. Duet Night Abyss came out of the gate less than 5 minutes into their live stream and announced that every character would be free. Yes, free, along with any signature weapons. As I said before, weapons were already craftable, so a change like that made sense, but the characters? During the live stream, DNA revealed that players would be able to acquire any and all characters for free just by grinding for fragments. Same can be said about the weapons too, but my question was, how long would this take? Realistically, of course, this could take anywhere between 2 weeks, which I think is pretty reasonable, or like, I don't know, 4 or 5. As long as this grind is reasonable and doesn't require 6 months of grinding for one character, then it's going to be a pretty strong system. There's also the option to directly purchase the premium items for a fixed price, just like how other similar games use this business model. This is ironically where the GaChA community is suddenly split. Like, a lot of them are addicted to gambling. A huge part of what makes a GaChA game a GaChA, well, it's the GaChA. But to be honest, no sane person likes that. I can't imagine someone with money wanting to blow an infinite amount of that money for a chance to win a character, and I surely can't imagine a free-to-play player being in favor of this. So why is there a split in the community's conversation about this insane topic? It's really not that insane. Shouldn't be a split, but you get where I'm going. To answer that, let's first go over some of the more common misconceptions players seem to be under. The loudest one being that if it's no longer a GaChA game, why should we care what they do? How does their non-GaChA game affect us in any way, and why would we support it? The answer is both simple and nuanced. Simply put, it was originally a GaChA game targeted towards GaChA players, with the hopes that they would enjoy the game and potentially well on DNA just like any other game. Where the layers get added is that part about targeted audiences. If the game went from having some of the best GaChA elements to practically none at all, why would they grab over 100 GaChA content creators to help promote their game through a live stream? It's clear as day who the primary target audience is, and these developers even express their own frustrations with the GaChA system during the live stream. They're trying to give GaChA players a game they're familiar with without the GaChA woes, while still being able to enjoy the game to your heart's content. By showing a large audience that this other thing you were already interested in exists, but no longer has the one financially deceptive thing attached to it, you can slowly introduce that audience to try new games. Then, because it's releasing on both PC and mobile, and it's free, the usual excuse of GaChA players don't have $60 to buy a full price game immediately gets thrown out of the window. At the same time, I can't ignore the obvious elephant in the room. By removing the GaChA, how would this game make profit to sustain itself? Won't it just EOS next year? And to be honest, kind of possible. I mean, not just for GaChA games, but any game that doesn't receive enough support from its fan base. Not being a GaChA game doesn't automatically mean it's bound to fail though. With the recent uptick in chart revenue's popularity, a lot of players are under the weird suspicion that if a game isn't making $90 gazillion a month, then it's a failed game and shouldn't be played. Newsflash, bucko, most games don't make anywhere close to what GaChA games do on a monthly basis. This isn't a direct detriment on whether or not a game succeeds. Most developers get investors before they even launch their game with enough backed into the project that they can survive on their own for a projected period of time. So with that being said, let's dig into why a moment like this is so important. I'm sure most of you have heard something along the lines of supporting this game will force GaChA games to change their ways, or something like that by now, right? That's not 100% true, but it's nowhere near wrong either. It's closer to being 100% true than it is being false. Why? Well, we've already seen this with the biggest culprit, Genshin Impact. No other GaChA game was on that level of creating a AAA open world RPG that could be marketed as a game first, then exposes you to the gacha afterwards. Again, we saw it most recently with both Wuthering Waves and Zenless Zone Zero. These impacts to developers aren't always massive, but this one from DNA can be. If, in the event, the community comes together to show an incredible amount of support for this game, there is zero possibility that no other developer sees that. Whoa, look at how much people won't shut up about Duet Night Abyss. They earned how much support this month? How many active players joined? How did they do that? These are the questions that get developers to change their minds about something. Nobody likes getting screwed over in a game, and if you do, you're weird. To double down even further, we have multiple games to reference that are free to play, don't depend on the gacha element at all, and have both plenty of support and finances to back it up. The most notable are League of Legends, Apex Legends, Fortnite, and even Warframe, the game DNA seems to be heavily inspired by. These games came out as early as 2009 and are still going stronger than ever. If a game is good and has other forms of enjoyable monetization like skins, mounts, housing systems, and so on, then players will support it. It's foolish to believe GaChA is the only successful monetization path out there, and because of the sole fact that the community believes this, that's what allows the developers to get away with robbing you blind. Research more, argue less. Lastly, with them removing that limited banner system, removing stamina from the game entirely to allow players to play as long as they want, and taking away as many feelings of FOMO as possible, the question I have is, what are they going to do to give us that MMO-like feeling, that sense of community, conquering challenges, and character progression? Thankfully, this was answered during the stream where they briefly showed off some type of housing system. I imagine this will be a fusion of lobbies from popular games like Warframe and Destiny, while combining some of the agriculture from Final Fantasy XIV. That gives players another place to show off any of the cool trophies they might acquire or the cool limited skins they managed to get after destroying a gruesome dungeon with their friends. On top of that, the team announced that all dungeons in the game will have co-op from the start, along with new co-op modes coming soon after. You guys know I'm a huge fan of co-op experiences in a game, especially when that game has any semblance or reminds me of Monster Hunter. The ability to play with my friends or hunt solo when I need to is a blessing in disguise. This was the biggest thing I wanted to see from the game. I wanted to know what changes would be made from the previous betas to improve the co-op experience, and it sounds like they've listened to a number of players who wanted the same thing, because changes like this are incredible for moving in the right direction. Even the dungeons got improved for both quality of life and a smoother experience. In the previous beta, there was a forced timer in the dungeon. No matter how fast you cleared that dungeon, you needed to wait until a certain time passed before being able to exit. Now it's gone. You can leave the dungeon as fast as you clear it. At the end of the day, I encourage everyone to try out Duet Night Abyss if you want to. Never force yourself to play something you don't naturally enjoy. Under normal circumstances, we always try to encourage you guys to approach these games with your wallet tucked close, but now, honestly, this might be one of the rare times where there is absolutely zero drawback to you trying this game out for yourself. Of course, I have a pre-register link down in the description and the pinned comments below if you want to help support the channel. And no, this video being sponsored isn't swaying my opinion on the game in the slightest. For those that came out to the stream the other morning, you saw how surprised I was at this changes just as much as you were.
Yeah, there it is. I called it. There it is. 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 The first fucking gacha game to let you just buy the characters outright. There it is.
Duet Night Abyss releases October 28th of this year. This is the time for us as a community to send a message to the other game developers that not every game needs to be a gacha. It's okay if a game flourishes on its own purely from the love of the game and grows support through its massive fan base by just being a damn good game. I can't say my user outro because it's inappropriate for YouTube. Like the video, comment, subscribe. Smell you later. Right now.
Okay. The reason why I did pause on that video and start talking like I normally would is because I want to actually listen to it all out. I want to hear it completely. And I'm just going to say it like this. My honest opinion here, Duel Night Abyss is not going to change gacha games forever. It's not a game that is going to come out that's going to scare Genshin, Wuthering Waves, Zenless Zone Zero, whatever game you think. It'd be like, oh no, Duel Night Abyss has got so many players. I don't believe none of that. I don't think that part matters. I think Duel Night Abyss is actually going to hit the demographic for GaChA games, and the reason why they want GaChA content creators is because, in general, the game looks like a GaChA game, right? It was a GaChA game, and they took away those elements. Now it's more like Warframe. It's more like Destiny. It is a free-to-play game that you're able to go ahead and do more with your. You don't have no stamina, no none of this. It's more like an MMORPG. It's kind of more like like Rusty Hearts or whatever I used to play and everything else in a sense. You're going to be playing relatively, a fucking game, a mobile game. Whether you want to call it Fortnite or anything else. Their basic way of monetization for this game, yeah, it's going to be like skins. It's going to be different other little things. I'm pretty sure that most likely to grind and get the characters that they're going to be free in the banner type deal, to grind and get all this kind of stuff. If you could just buy the character completely outright and everything else to get it done, makes it a hell of a lot fucking cheaper. The only thing I'm going to be saying that I'm going to be worried about with Duel Night Abyss is the grind. That is what I'm going to be worried about. Because I'm going to say it like this. I don't play Warframe. I don't play any other type games like this that are free to play. That's not GaChA games that, rely heavily on, different things like skins and everything else. But I will say it like this. In games that I have to grind to get like one source of material for something like a MMORPG, and just I have to spend like 2 weeks, 3 weeks to a month to grind for a certain armor set, over and over and over, and hope that I get it, enough materials. It's going to be the grind that's going to determine it, because then at that point in time, if the grind is kind of tedious, the grind's not really that fun, and it takes forever to get through it, I think that's where they're going to make their money, is just, hey, why do I grind to get the points I need to go ahead and, summon for fucking characters or shit where I could just go drop $60 and buy a fucking character? It sounds great. It sounds great, but it's the grind that I think it might make it to where, from everything that I'm hearing about Duel Night Abyss, everything sounds absolutely amazing. I'm going to try it out. When it releases, I'm going to try the game out. But I'm worried about the grind. I'm worried that the grind is going to be fun at first and it become tedious. To which I don't want to do the grind. To where if there's going to be a pay option to where I can pay my way through it, then that's what is going to make me say, like, okay, so that's where your monetization come in. You're going to give it to where, for F2P players, you're going to give it to them to where I earned everything, and you're going to give to the credit card players, I bought everything. I think the game's going to be fun, but I just like I said, I'm worried more about the grinding side of things. I'm worried that is where they're going to that's where they're going to catch people off at. I mean, to get to like a level 30 account on fucking League of Legends took me so fucking forever. And technically speaking, you're playing a bunch of player matches against other level 30 players, and you can't do shit because you don't have the artifacts and everything else you need to have it scaled onto your character. So you don't have an early game. You don't have early game advantage. You have to fucking grind to get early game advantage back in old League of Legends days. I mean, it gets a little off-putting. Yeah, their monetization with skins and everything else. The only cool thing about this, and the reason why it will make a lot of money in that regards, is skins do sell. Okay? This is something that I wanted in WUWA for a long time, is I wanted fucking skins. I wanted something, not just skins, but I wanted skins, but what I really wanted in WUWA was actual co-op. I wanted like tactical holograms, Tower of Adversity, in-game modes that was completely 100% co-op. Because I'm not sure about you guys, but I'm going to tell you right now, the only reason why I spent money in League of Legends was because it was co-op. Was because it was a multiplayer game. And it's because I want someone who looks at me playing Ziggs with all these different costumes that I bought for Ziggs to realize that I'm better than them. That I got the premium skins. That I am cool. I bought it. That's why. In WUWA, one of my biggest complaints, like with all the fucking skins that they released, the 3 or so skins or whatever they released, is they're fucking worthless to me. I'm not buying them. And it's like, oh man, but they're so cool and everything. It's yeah, but who the fuck am I going to show it off to? A fucking live stream? Like, when you go play a game like Devil May Cry Peak of Combat, right? Yeah, you want a fucking skin when you're going into those fucking matches because they're all fucking network. We're going to be working, the whales are going to be working in there. So you want to make your character, you want to make that Virgil look very fucking good. You want to make it look amazing. Right? So, yeah. You want to show off. In a single player fucking game, well, who the fuck do I got to show off to? What's the fucking point if I buy the regular edition of a game that does not come with an extra costume package, and I'll just wait till the costumes and shit come into sale later on in the future if there's no co-op or multiplayer for me to fucking do it? You know, it's not going to change the way the game plays. The Night Abyss, I guarantee you, there's going to be a bunch of people who's going to buy fucking skins all day long, and it's not the reason. And the reason why they're not buying they're buying the skins is not because they like the skin or the character or anything like that. It's going to be for the fact that they're going to want to flaunt it. It's again going into like a fucking club or some shit and throwing your dick down on the fucking table and saying, "Yo, my dick's bigger than your dick." You want to flex. That's all it's about. And in Weather Waves and Genshin, in ZZZ, there's no flexing. You know the reason why I bought the skins in fucking ZZZ is not even for that. It's for one purpose and one purpose only. I'll be honest. It's just to piss everybody off who fucking watched me play, who came into my stream and bitched about me playing ZZZ. That was my flexing. My flexing is that I had people who came into my fucking streams back when I first started that was pissed off at me for playing ZZZ, that I bought the fucking skins in ZZZ to piss them the fuck off because they did not like the fact that I was giving money to Hoyo. That's the fucking reason why I bought those fucking skins. Otherwise, I don't give a shit, and I will keep doing that shit. Thanks for supporting us. I buy skins to support the game. Those skins don't support the fucking game. You know what supports that game? Fucking $100 on a fucking banner. That's what supports the fucking game. That fucking piss ain't fucking $10 that I spent on those fucking skins ain't shit. So yeah, I'm not gonna lie. The reason why I bought the skins is ZZZ, and the reason why I buy the fucking batteries in fucking ZZZ, the reason why you see me go ahead and hurt your little hearts, right? Coming here and doing this, coming here and doing this, is not towards the ZZ community. That's to the WUWA community. That is to the fucking WUWA community. Because, I'm fucking putting this into here instead of the banner. And I'm fucking saying, well, you know what? I could use this on the fucking banner. This is free right here. Or I could use it on the fucking batteries and I still force to fucking put money into fucking Hoyo for the fucking characters. It's just a fucking flex. That's all the fuck it is. But I do have potential worries about Do Night Abyss. I don't consider it, you know, a competition to GaChA. I don't think it's going to change the world of fucking GaChA games. I don't think fucking companies like fucking Hoyoverse, Kuro Games, Netmarble, and all them are even fucking worried about this shit in any which way aspect. The only way this game is going to be a competition to all the other GaChAs, and it's not because they have 100 fucking GaChA plus content creators covering this game. The only fucking way this will become an absolute banger of a game that could be a competition to all the other GaChAs to force them to change will depend on launch. If this game has a shitty fucking launch, if this game has mediocre gameplay when it comes into terms of its grinding aspects and stuff like this, that if this game does not hit the marks that it needs to hit, this game's dead on arrival to the GaChA community, and it ain't going to sway someone from Genshin Impact to change over to this game. Like, co-op needs to be very fucking good. Network ability, like you need rollback netcode or some shit, right? You need to make sure that this goes out. First impression, this game goes without a hitch. That's why I have to say you have to reserve your judgment on Dude Night Abyss. If they want to make a change into the GaChA community and try to pull the GaChA fan base to their game, to play their game, you have to hit the mark. You know what my point is? You have to hit the mark. So, it's a good video for me, yo. I like what video's got going. But again, thought process wise on it, we have to see what happens. If it blunders on its launch and they have to fix it in a week or something, the game's dead on arrival. That's my thought pattern. All right, I want to watch something besides drama for a second. I want to watch something that might be actually good. 26 minutes. Can you beat ZZZ with only level 1 character?
I've got a tendency to unintentionally challenge myself, such as making...
Let me put it this way. You're saying that some people are going to spread misinformation if it hits the mark. Doesn't fucking matter. If the game hits a mark, those CCs ain't going to do shit. Those CCs who go spread misinformation ain't going to be able to do shit to the game. They actually will not be able to do shit. If the game hits the mark within its first fucking week and everything goes without a hitch and that first impression is really fucking good, there's not a goddamn thing that any of the other CCs will be able to do. Not a damn thing. They can spread all the misinformation they fucking want. Because then at that point in time, the game, you're going to have a lot of virgins. Let me put it this way. You have a lot of virgin players that's going to come in, that's going to tackle this game. If it hits all the marks and these CCs try to spread misinformation to try to fucking make an echo chamber like what they're doing now for other games and shit, well, you at that point in time, the people who did experience problems in Genshin, the people who did experience problems with ZZZ and Weather and Waves and stuff like this, if they don't experience those problems, there's not a goddamn thing those CCs are going to do. They're going to fucking go ahead and chew their ass up for them. I ain't worried about that shit whatsoever. Right. They will be checked for it.
I've got a tendency to unintentionally...
Because let's put it like this, okay? Let's put it like this. Weather and Waves, didn't have a good first impression when it came out. A lot of people had issues, okay? And that's why some people are correcting misinformation there. ZZZ didn't have a good launch when it first came out, okay? And you got people spreading misinformation there. But the thing is that those first impressions allows that misinformation to happen. That's the point. And then it takes time to rebuild that trust and everything else. If the devs can keep the trust, they build the trust and they get it going, everything's good. So, but like I said, I want to watch this real quick. Like I said, I got my worries about Dual Night Abyss. I got my worries, I think, but we will have to see what it's like when it comes out. Because again, no monetization. How are you going to force me to be monetizable? Because trust me, a business is a business, and a business is going to want to make money. So there's got to be a catch if they're pulling the shit out like that, and they're going to allow you to buy characters outright, all weapon banners, all this stuff, you'll be able to craft all this other shit. how are you going to try to force people to monetize? And the only thing I can think of is that grinding is going to be a bitch. Something's got to be tedious enough to make it to where you're going to want to do a shortcut. It's like playing Devil May Cry, Devil May Cry 6. You may not, Devil May Cry 6, Devil May Cry 5. You're probably not going to believe me on this. You're probably not going to believe me. But I do know a bunch of fucking people who bought Devil May Cry 5 that never grinded the game to get the red orbs to actually build up their characters like me, that did not want to enjoy the game like a Devil May Cry player would, that these motherfuckers straight up went to microtransactions on Capcom and would go buy $100 worth of fucking red orbs to max out fucking Nero, Dante, and fucking Virgil. I shit you fucking not. Like, they went out of their fucking way to spend money because they were too fucking lazy to actually sit there and go repeat missions and do everything to get red orbs, to go look around. They just wanted to jump in and play. So the question is where is the work involved at, and how much that work is going to take in Dual Knight Abyss to get what you want versus how easy it is to just get it from a credit card. That's the monetization system that I'm more interested in. Because think of it like this, okay? Instead of going into this video just yet. If it basically, let's just say in a sense, right? Let's just say in a sense. This is just a hypothetical, okay? This ain't fucking to be taken for real. We know in here that you have chances of getting these discs, right? But if tomorrow the ZZZ devs added into the store where you can buy the gold discs, for example, for your drive, with whatever main stat, and let's say 2 substats is guaranteed whatever the fuck you want on it, for let's say 10 drive discs random with your stats or whatever that you want or whatever, like 2 of them are going to be whatever main stat and everything, whatever stats you want for $20. You know how many people would actually, whale-wise, would end up spending on just automatically getting good discs? Like, if you're guaranteed in the shop to be able to buy fucking Branch and Blade with a good main stat, good substats, everything you fucking basically want on it in the shop for 20 fucking bucks, whereas you're going to be spending God knows how long grinding this and trying to get that fucking same disc for free, how many people would spend the money at that point in time? Where's the cost of effectiveness of your time? Where's the cost and effective time? I'm just saying. Because then if I'm sitting here and I'm fucking grinding these discs, right? I'm like, man, it's been already a fucking month. I still don't have a good fucking disc 5, but I could buy it in the shop for $20. Then it's the same principle factor of like me leaving from, coming home from work, right? And the wife calls me up and says, we need a gallon of milk. I know if I go to Walmart, that gallon of milk is going to be $3.95. But if I stop at the gas station, which is going to be a faster trip, and just go get it, it's going to be $6.99. Is the $3 that I would save going to Walmart worth my sanity? Or do I just go spend the $3 at the fucking gas station, go grab it, get it in my car, and go home? Instead of going to Walmart, going to have to go all the way to the back, go do all this shit, have to wait in the fucking checkout line for self-checkout, all this other bullshit. In some cases, depending on the amount of work there is that's involved, it might be worth just to spend the extra fucking money just to get what the fuck you want and get it over and get it done with. That's all I'm saying.
Actually challenge myself, such as making a 10 HP account on old school Landscape, spending 20,000 hours on Blade and Soul, which is an NCSoft game, and being born in Britain. This time, however, I wanted to challenge myself intentionally by posing the question, can you complete Zenless Zone Zero with only level 1 characters. Ah.
Well,
right.
Video over.
No, you can't. Thanks for watching. If this did interest you, please leave a like, subscribe, maybe. Okay, but for real, we're gonna need to change the goalposts. Not even 1 minute into the video. Can you beat Zenless Zone Zero without leveling a character past 1? Hopefully this time that works. But now it's about time that we set out some ground rules as to how this challenge is going to work. Starting off, I may not level any agent past level 1. On the off chance that I accidentally do level something to level 2, I may not use that agent for the rest of the challenge. Forced trial agent missions do not count as a disqualification. The challenge is considered completed when I complete all main story missions, which is about up to 2.1 at the time of recording this. Now, as you can probably imagine, a level 1 challenge doesn't really have much challenge in the level 1 missions. So I won't be showing every single mission, but I will be showing things that I believe is essential to sort of the challenge and how everything sort of went down. I've got a free temple. Surely I just get Miyabi. Fuck it. If I wait too long, I'll think too much about nothing. Maybe we get something good. Oh. Right. I will also add in that I did little to no research for this, because I felt like it would be a bit more fun to not have any idea.
Let me pose a question here. What if the character stays at level 1 but has Mindscape 6? So what if you did a level 1 Miyabi run, but she's Mindscape 6?
Idea how this is going to play out. My initial plan was just to roll for Miyabi, because initially my thought process was Miyabi is broken, so surely in this challenge she's also broken. But things changed a bit, because not even 2 hours into the story, I started to notice these encounters are taking a fair amount of time. And reminder that this is basically just trash mob still, and I've had to fast forward this enough that you can hardly understand what's going on. These are level 20, and to reiterate, these fights are taking so long that these missions are taking about 20 minutes each. And the levels are only going to go up from here. So I'm starting to believe that I may have bit off more than I can chew, as they say. But overall, it actually wasn't that difficult yet. It had become more of a challenge of tediousness than it had been actual difficulty. As a matter of fact, I hadn't died yet, but that would change soon.
Oh shit.
Help me.
This was the first time I'd ever come into contact with the revive system in Zenless Zone Zero. And this was also the first part where I actually began to feel like this trivialized the entire challenge. When you revive in Zenless Zone Zero, all 3 of your party members are brought back to full health. You can do this 99 times. And there's no way that you'd die 99 times in a story mission, right? Right?
Foreshadowing.
It was time for our first actual boss, the Dead End Butcher. And I'm sorry to say, but I actually kind of face rolled it. With the new sort of revelation that I had 99 revives, I kind of realised that I could basically do anything and I'm still going to kill this boss, so it went a bit like this. Now, honestly, this did actually have me feeling pretty bad. I could effectively brute force every boss, and none of this early content was going to be very much of a challenge, at all, for a while now.
Oh no. Well, we're gonna go.
Responsible.
Hollow Zero was where things started to get interesting, and extremely tedious. For those of you that aren't entirely familiar with Hollow Zero, it functions as a roguelike, with multiple gear options and Resonium, which are buffs for your characters. In regular gameplay, you can make yourself incredibly overpowered through the use of these. Furthermore, no run will ever be the exact same. However, with this level 1 challenge, I don't do any damage, and not a lot of the buffs from Hollow Zero make any difference to that. The real issue is the fact that Hollow Zero consists of a gauntlet of many bosses and encounters. Depending on the difficulty selected, this could span for 2 to 3 floors, with the final encounter for each floor being a main boss. However, the big issue is that if your character dies or takes significant damage at any point in the run, you'll have to continue with that until the run is finished. And currently, in this run, I was getting very familiar with how the signal lost screen works. But after a lot of trial and error, and without boring you with what the dog was doing, I'd managed to make it to the final area of this commission. Being an early game quest, it only allows you to go 1 floor in this Hollow Zero. So after this first exposure to Miyabi's aura farming tendencies, it was on to the last stage, thankfully. Just kidding, I actually completely forgot that there was even more hype moments to be done, which you can't skip through, which, you know, not that I'm complaining, but... It was now time to get back to the real gameplay. If you were wondering why I hadn't really been showing much gameplay so far, this is it. This is the gameplay. As this is the storyline introduction to Hollow Zero, this last stage differs a bit from what you'd normally see. Rather than having a full-on main boss fight, you have to fight through 4 waves of enemies, with the last 2 waves having more significant mini-bosses. My strat for clearing out these mobs was to round them up together and then use my bang boot. This is, again, the only way that I do damage. So we are now on to our second to last boss for this section. And I'm not sure about you guys, but this type of enemy always looks to me like some sort of, Gopnik, I think the word is. Oh, and I'm dead. But you can see the tracksuit bottoms. On my next attempt, after running him round in circles like a round of Call of Duty zombies, I managed to clear it. To get to the last boss, which we're going to become very familiar with over the course of this video. I don't like you. I really don't like you. You really unnerve me. Oh, hi!
Time to reload. Watch out!
Dude, what? Dude, that jump scared me so hard I alt-tapped. Okay. Okay. I really don't like you.
The slow
You're
is
really
actually
scary.
The slow walk is
You're
actually
really
scary as fuck.
You're really scary. Fuck off, please. What? Oh, I dodged the wrong way. Oh. By now you probably get the point. I really do not like this boss. I can tell you right now that this is not the last that you will see of him. This boss makes very many appearances throughout the game, but this was my first real experience trying to work around it. Which brings us back to why I was doing, well, this. For whatever reason, using Nicole's E would allow me to permanently stagger this boss. And while I didn't necessarily have issues with this boss, it would allow me to carry over a Bang Boo use to the beginning of the last boss. In turn, meaning that I could use a Bangbu at the start of the fight, overall making the fight slightly shorter. I would have to survive a lot less time by saving this. And the results of this strategy was that, after 3 hours of trial and error, I died and then decided to go to sleep. The next day, I decided it was time to lock in. I switched back to using Billy, who would soon become a staple of my team, and flew through many of the stages without taking any damage. If I did take damage, it was immediately time to restart. Except for the dog, because I kind of just didn't feel like doing that fight again. And eventually, hours quicker and with a full team, I was back to the last stage again. And as it turns out, this mid-boss also gets perma-staggered by Billy, and it's a lot quicker. And it was now time to face the Antichrist once again. And
The
now seems like a
Antichrist.
good time to explain. Using Bangbu, special attack, or ultimate also counts as an iframe, as if you were rolling. So a lot of the time, if I wasn't completely confident in the timing, I would use one of these. Despite some close calls, this was going a lot better than it previously had. Not that it stopped me from complaining. I don't like this guy. Ooh.
Target confirmed.
Oh, that is just unfair. Yeah. You're kidding. Dude! And we're back to this again. You are a motherfucker. Whoa! Please.
Tell you what, he got really good at this game. If he did this.
I don't have much of a chance. Yes! Thank fuck! Oh, finally. Dude, that was so stupidly close, though. That is a long time. Wait, 20 minutes? I think that was 20 minutes just in that last section, though. So, after around a combined total of about 5 hours, we were done with the Hollow Zero commission. The first of them. At the time, I was not aware of this. I mean, at least that's done. That was the first, like, actual wall that we've had. And it's only gonna get harder. Which is, hold up. No. No. Oh. Yep. I can't be taking free shit like that, man. Can't be using a free me Abby. Oh no. Oh god. This is gonna be so shit. It was indeed so shit. Because at the end of the first floor, I was presented with this. Oh. Oh, hi. Oh, hi. Yep. Yep. Alright.
I feel bad for this guy.
Uh-huh. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Just don't get hit.
No. Oh my god. No. Yeah, well, that was a good start. You're kidding. Oh, well.
That is beautiful.
Okay. What even happened? What? What the
This is fucking beautiful.
No. Fuck, I almost messed up there. Oh, well. Huh? That was bullshit. Bro, it's not even a Guna game, man. It's not Nikkei. Oh, well. Okay. So what, is it a Guna game because it's got jiggle physics? What? Yep. What do you mean? On the plus side, I'm getting very good at restarting. To be very clear with you, there's another 2.5 hours of that footage I could edit through to do more of this, but I'm assuming it's maybe getting a bit much now. At the end of said 2.5 hours, this happened. Now it's down. Now I just have to do this again. Alright. Wait. Hold on. Never mind. No! Holy fuck, I would have been dead. No! Yes! Fucking finally! Oh my god. Dude, I've been here for 2 hours. This specific boss, 2 hours. Finally, I'd completed that boss. For the first floor. Now, on to the second floor. But I only had Billy now. All my other team members died. But on the bright side, when we came to planning out our next route, it turns out we only had about 1 combat encounter. Go right side, aim for middle. Yeah. Middle, middle. That would be the way, yeah. I don't really know how this one works, though. Now I only have Billy, though, is the only thing. Oh, okay, I don't actually have to kill anything, really. To make things even better for me, this combat encounter didn't actually require me to defeat anything. Even if I ran out of time, I'd just get rewarded by the amount of enemies that I killed. It was a free pass. I don't think I killed any of them. Ah, yep. Then we go and counter here. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't kill a single one. Oh! 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 Not the encounter I wanted. These passive beneficial encounters sometimes have a chance to include combat, which is what I got. And to make matters worse, now that we are on the second floor, every enemy had more HP, did more damage, and has more attacks added to their rotation. Which, in a normal playthrough, probably isn't really any problem. But at level 1, where every encounter takes about 20 minutes, things start to go badly. Man! What do you mean?
How far are we in this video? Oh my god, we're past halfway.
No! Oh, fuck off.
I don't think he completed the challenge, the level 1 challenge.
Oh, man. But this time, rather than continuing to brute force it, I actually had a plan for this boss. Thing is, I'm trying to, like, work out if there's anything I can do here.
Is he gonna cheese it?
If I can somehow get him in here.
Ah!
No way! No way! I actually did it.
He fucking did it.
I knew there was something here, man. But I think I have to, like, try stay here. Oh, there we go. I knew that it would get stuck through here. Because it couldn't walk through there. So I just needed to find a way to, like... Oh. Uh-oh. Okay, never mind. We're still good. So I needed it to, like, charge past the part that it can't get, like, walk through. Right? Wait, I can just... Oh, I could have been doing this. Oh! Yeah, okay. I flew too close to the sun. We're back! No, we're not! That didn't even hit me. Okay, but we can do that though. So this time I'd actually come up with a technique to keep the boss trapped. It was far from perfect though, because the boss could eventually let itself out. And for something that would take 20 to 30 minutes to kill, I needed this to be perfect. Eventually, I worked out that getting the boss trapped through the other entrance behind the stool was easier. And now that I knew that I'd have to lure it multiple times to keep it trapped, having a more consistent method really helped out. But through doing this multiple times, I started to notice something. With the boss breaking out of the lure, I noticed that it would always be around the same time, and it would always follow a certain animation. At around 60% HP, the boss would begin to lock in. You could see this by this specific animation, the fact that it adds a few more attacks to its rotation, and it becomes quicker, as well as the colour of the boss changing. So I came to the conclusion that it must be one of these new attacks that does it. With almost the same exact thing happening the next run, I was sure of it. And I had an idea as to how I could fix that. Obviously, every time the boss uses a attack, it's targeted on me. So I needed to change the place that I was so that it wouldn't slide out of the safe spot. The issue is I also needed to be able to attack back for it to make any sense. This spot didn't work. I tried again just to be sure, but as you can see. Now I didn't think there'd be any chance of this spot working, but funnily enough, this is what I had the most success with. And after 12 long minutes of holding L and B, sometimes pressing E, and sometimes pressing R, fucking finally! Oh! Agent gains an extra dodge. Ooh. And just like that, after, you know, a few hours, we were done with the second encounter of the second floor. I've got one more encounter. I can either go combat gear or encounter again, and then rest and recuperation, and then friendly talk. I was thinking hopefully another encounter, but maybe it's hopefully not a boss. I think purely off the fact that we might not get combat, we go for this. Is this good?
Try me, bitch.
I don't know what this is. Is this good? Luckily, this encounter just gives you some merits, and that's about it. It gives you some lore stuff, but we're not really interested in that right now. The next area after that was rest and recuperation, which didn't really do much for us other than give us another card. And it was time for the final boss. This single Hollow Zero run had taken about 10 hours. Right. Oh! Oh! Oh, I see!
Don't worry, everyone will get their share.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It's my turn. It's my turn.
You got to lock the fuck in.
It's my turn. It's my turn.
Ah. Alright. Yeah. This might actually brick wall me, if I'm being honest. I genuinely don't know if this is possible. Yeah. How the fuck am I supposed to do this? I've got to say though, getting the triple dodge Resonium was probably the most goated move so far. There's no way that I was even surviving this otherwise. This was the most difficult fight so far, and I genuinely didn't think it was possible. At least I don't think it was possible for me. The boss itself is a very bad addition, but what really made this difficult was all of the ads. On their own, they're nothing to worry about, but 4 of them, plus a boss that teleports to you with near instantaneous attacks, is rather unfair. The thing is, these mobs use a homing projectile. Every time they attack, they spawn 3 of them, and they launch at different times. Now, with 4 of these mobs all doing that at different times, even if I dodge everything, I'm eventually going to take chip damage, which will kill me. Eventually, after a few hours of attempting this, I quickly decided that I couldn't do it. And I do want to bring emphasis towards the fact that I said I believe that there probably is someone out there that's good enough at this game that they could do this. The obvious answer here is to kill all the ads first, and that's what I've been trying to do every single attempt. What happens is before I even kill one of these ads, keeping in mind that this is the final boss of the second floor, I die. Luckily, Hollow Zero is RNG based, as I've mentioned before. No run is exactly the same. So after more than 10 hours on this exact run, it was time to start again. Yeah, I think that's it. Wait, hold up. Huh? No, not even pools. I think that just completes the mission, man. Dude, I was ready for... What the fuck? Dude, I may have just sunk so many hours into this just to find out that I only had to, like, enter it and leave it. I'm actually, like, a tiny bit disappointed because I was thinking, like, this is going to be, like, really cool to be able to overcome. I'm a little bit miffed now. I mean, that's a massive time save to not have to do that. I again want to bring attention to the fact that I said 10 plus hours. The more vigilant of you may actually know what happened here. I only ever needed to start the Hollow Zero commission. This cost me 14 hours. But after all this is said and done, we are now a quarter of the way through the story. Not even that, actually. That's being generous. But what we'd unlocked by doing this commission had led me to a method in which I'm only using 2 characters. Despite my original plans to make this just one video, you'll have to wait until next episode to see what happened. If you liked any of this and would like to catch some live streams, you can do so at LTTV, and I want to thank you for watching. I'll try promise that the next video's out within the year. I have a very, very bad upload schedule, I know.
I want to follow suit on that, man. Holy shit. Dude, I spent so many fucking hours on that shit. Fucking hilarious. All right, y'all wanted me to see the Gabimaru pre-release calculations for WUWA, so let's take a look at this real quick.
What up? Today, I'm going to be making my first pre-release calc video since Zanny. Many of you will know why I didn't make one of these.
Yeah, it's definitely an easy game. These are so easy.
And in 2.5, I was just basically taking a break off of WUWA. However, I'm back. I want Augusta. I want GaChA. And I'm probably going to be excited for the Cyberpunk collab. So there's that, right? Lately, HSR has been going through a bit of a content drought. And on top of this, the leaks for HSR really haven't been all that interesting, as it's just more caster shilling, right? But I am pulling Augusta, so this is something I'm actually interested in, and I'm sure many people are interested in this as well, especially if you're clicking on this video, so let's get straight into it. Here we have Augusta sequence jumps. Going from S0 to S2 is actually pretty solid, being a 50% jump from S0 and S3 is 75%. I assume the reason Chem doesn't go any further is because many mobs probably can't even live through most of this, and most people aren't whales going to S6, right? So that's why I believe he only calcs to S3. Could be wrong on that though. And this is basically just compared to previous, showing that S2 is basically the best jump, I believe, before S6. Then we move on to the weapon. Oh, you know, so surprising. Signature is 40% better than Razor, and the new Battle Pass weapon at R5 is 3% better than Razor, with Autumn Trace R5 being the same level as Razor. So unless you have Gion's weapon, it's not going to feel too good to not have this signature. But if you do have Gion's weapon, it's a pretty decent alternative, and I'd recommend going into sequence investment instead of going into signature, right? Or that too. Down here, you can see the set comparisons. This is 2-piece Void Thunder. This is 2-piece Lingering Tunes. This is also 2-piece Void Thunder, but with different main stats. As you can see, Elemental plus Elemental damage ends up being king at 100%. So this is what you want to aim for if you want to fully optimize your Augusta as much as possible, though using Lingering Tunes is just fine as well, right? Down here is where you can see the actual DPR, not to be confused with DPS, as you can see 25 to 28 seconds, and he includes teams that could possibly have longer rotations, so they won't exactly match, as this is DPR, not DPS, once again, right? So he uses more Tefi, S6 Mist, and SK S0R1 as the baseline for Augusta's team, and you can see here that S0R0 is around an 18 to 19% overall increase for the team's performance, which is decently solid. I believe Phoebe is around like 22-23% for Zanny, and I believe Chacona is around 22% for Cartethia. So this is close to them, but not on the same level. But that kind of makes sense given Yuno is at least slightly more general compared to the likes of Chacona and Phoebe for most characters, right? And then if you get her weapon, it becomes 27% jump over Mortefi S6. So the weapon isn't more valuable than Yuno herself. It isn't no Chacona weapon that puts fucking minus 10% res reduction on enemies, which is just completely busted. But it still does make a difference for sure. So if you care about getting weapons for everyone, it can be semi worth it. I think I'd recommend Augusta Sequence Investment instead, right? So I do believe that this is the second strongest DPS in the game, though please remember that Chem uses, I believe, more achievable rotations by the player base in his calcs compared to some other people. So even though Zanny in his calcs, I do believe, has a worse damage output than this Augusta team, and it's not loading, so I can't even check that. Basically, the Giga Sweats who can optimally rotate Zanny incredibly well may be able to just surpass this, right? So it just depends on how sweaty of a player you are, but Chem does make his rotation slightly more achievable compared to other theory crafters for the average player base. So this is more accurate for most of you out there, right? Including me, by the way. Down here is damage contribution instead of just straight up damage dealt. And basically, if a character gives a shit ton of buffs, their damage contribution will be much higher here, as you can see with that Yuno over here. And down here, Chem kindly calcs S2 Augusta teams and compares it to S0R1 Augusta, which is pretty solid. This is something I may be looking forward to myself. And S2 Augusta is around 37-38% stronger compared to S0R1 Augusta if we include full team increased performance, because sequences and their jumps don't directly translate to full team DPS increase because of the fact that this game makes basically everybody a fucking sub DPS, so it doesn't really translate the same, right? Still, really solid jump though, especially in this game where you can get sequences in the Coral shop for 45 limited pulls worth, which is absolutely massive, an amazing thing. I wish they added an HSR, but I digress, right? So that is it for all of the calcs for Augusta. And over here real quick, I'll just go to the substat values for those looking to go, you know, farming for Augusta. Crit rate and crit damage are the two highest. After this, it is attack percent and heavy damage percent, then flat attack, and then all the way down here is skill damage, incredibly low, right? So that's about all. Now we move on to Yuno real quick. So this is going to be Yuno sub DPS. So her sequences are, oh, this is the S01. Okay, so her S1 10% jump from S0, S2 41%, S3 70%. It is weaker than Augusta's, but it is a sub DPS, so it's kind of expected. Nothing really new here, and this is compared to previous. Her signature seems to be 44% better than Abyss Surge's, with the new Battle Pass weapon at R5 being worse than Abyss Surge's, so I wouldn't really bother. However, just like with Augusta, there is a solid limited alternative option. If you have, I believe this is Zhang Liao's signature, then no real reason to really go for her signature weapon. This will be able to work completely fine, right? Here, you can see the best echo sets comparisons once again as earlier, and down here is the team DPR. So down here you can see Yuno, Augusta is 0R1, SK is the best in slot team, and it can achieve 1.8 million? Oh, I'm stupid. This isn't Yuno main DPS. That's why I was confused. Yeah. So this is the Augusta team, 1.8 million. This is the team with Gian and Chacona, 1.6. Yuno, Zanny, Phoebe, 1.549, simple rotation, and Yuno, Gian, SK, 1.42, right? Over here, you can see substat value, crit rate and crit damage are top two. After this, it's lib damage percent and attack percent, and after this, it's flat attack with everything else I'm pretty sure being at 0, right? Next, we move to Yuno, main DPS. Now, her signature and sequences lose a bit of value in main DPS. However, they're still decent, right? If you're really a Yuno fan, might as well go for it. And her signature, unfortunately, is still a fucking 40% jump over Abyss Surges, and the Battle Pass weapon becomes noticeably worse in her main DPS, and Verity's handle also becomes slightly worse in her main DPS compared to signature, though I'd still say can work completely fine with Verity's handle. Down here, you can see the best echo sets for her. And down here, you can see the best team for her main DPS. So you have Chikona and SK as the strongest team. You have Zhang Jin, Chikona, possibly longer rotation, meaning if it were DPS, it would probably be more weaker than this team shows, because this is calculating DPR instead. And then down here, Yinlin SK is all at the bottom at 1.35, right? So over here, the substat value, crit damage, crit rate, top 2. Other top 2, attack percent, live damage percent. And after this, flat attack and skill damage percent, with basic attack damage percent being quite low, although it's something you can kinda take advantage of, right? So that's about it. Augusta has some actual good team variety, which I didn't mention earlier. I kind of forgot to mention that. As you can see down here, she can use Prolova quite well. Prolova has been aging really, really well, and this girl can be used as a sub DPS in so many teams, like heavy attackers teams. Mortefi, Jian, Zhang Liao team, the Yinlin team, I'm going to be honest, is really bad. But I feel like anything from Yao and higher is very easily viable for clearing endgame content. For those who may not be able to afford the premium team or simply don't want to go for the premium team with how many fire upcoming units are upcoming, right? So that's that. Yuno is 17 to 18. Oh yeah, she's 18% better than S6 Mortefi at S00, 27% at S0R1. Augusta seems to be the second best DPS in the game for most players, right? As I mentioned earlier, Zanny can be better depending on how sweaty you are. And both characters get 40% signature weapon jumps, with Yuno main DPS and her best team being competitive with Carlotta, and Yuno sub DPS being solid. Now, I do have to mention once again, the reason Yuno's value isn't as high for some other characters as it is for Augusta is because she has an extra 40% amp in her kit that only Augusta can take advantage of. Many people don't know this. I've talked about it a lot. Basically, she gives a 50% heavy damage amp on outro, which everyone can take advantage of. But also, if someone in her full moon domain can refresh a shield 10 times, it gives her 10 stacks of Blessing of the Wand Light, and every single stack is 4% damage amp. And Augusta, in her kit, has a passive that refreshes her shield every 0.5 seconds. So within 5 seconds, Augusta can gain 40% more damage amp, which no one else in the game can take advantage of. So this is why Yuno actually has noticeably better value for Augusta compared to her value versus Mortefi in other teams. She just gives that extra buff, which Augusta really likes. So, wishlist Sanzai on Steam. Say thank you to ChemX32 for doing what he's been doing for the community for so long now. Absolute GOAT Theory Crafter. Love you all. Hope you have a great day. Hope you have a great night. Peace out.
Alrighty, so USOBs in the last hour have put in some more shit into the daily reacts. So I figure we'll just go ahead and we'll take a look at that. I mean, I'm not gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't give a fuck about fucking numbers, but someone said they wanted to see this video, so that's why we posted it. Don't care. Oh boy. All right. Oh no. What exactly is this? What exactly is this I'm going to be looking at?
Good evening and welcome. I'm Kanye West, and I'll be serving you today.
Oh God.
What can I get for you?
Oh God.
Some soup? Oh, a little?
Yay. Yeezy
season approaching. Fuck whatever y'all been hearing. Fuck whatever y'all been wearing. A monster about to come alive again. Soon as I pull up in Parker Benz, we get this bitch shaking like Parkinson's. Take my number and lock it in. Indian hair, no moccasins. There's too many hoes in this house of sin. Real nigga back in the house again. Black Tim's all on your couch again. Black dick all in your spouse again. And I know she like chocolate, man. She got more niggas off than cocker, man, huh?
God damn, it's scary.
On sight. Kanye, Kanye, whoop-de-scoop-de-poop. Kanye, Kanye, whoop-de-scoop-de-poop. Baby girl try and get a nut, and a girl try and give it up. Chop them both down. Don't judge them, Joe Brown. One last announcement, no sports bra, let's keep it bouncing. Everybody wanna live at the top of the mountain. Took her to the blue, she try to sip the fountain. There's too many hoes in this house of sin. Real nigga back in the house again. Black Tim's all on your couch again. Black dick all in your spouse again. And I know she like chocolate mint.
You know what? This is the one time that I'm going to say for sure, okay, that fucking AI is fucking better than Kanye West.
A little flame. Cocktails, mixers, ice. The snacks are real nice. Soda sandwich try. I'm lit, you can't deny. Wherever you want, wherever you need. So good you'll never, ever want to leave. Anything that you desire. Set it on fire.
No.
Good evening and welcome. I'm Bernice, and I'll be serving you today. What can I get for you?
No.
A drink? Some snacks? Oh, a little flames!
No. Ay. That's way too much brain rot at one time. But we have a video from our senpai that we're going to have to take a look at real quick, because I would like to see, for such a man who likes to criticize Hoyoverse, Genshin, Honkai Star Rail, and ZZZ, I would like to take a look at the criticisms he's got, apparently, to Kuro Games, and apparently how they got lazy. So, without further ado, let's take a look at just how lazy the devs got.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to have a bit of a discussion today. And this discussion is going to be about...
Is it going to be about Hoyoverse?
Kuro Games.
He's going to talk about Kuro Games.
Going
ahead
and kind of just fucking it up.
Because Kuro fucked it up? Does that mean that you got to be a pad player?
I'm going to be real with you over here. Version 2.6 has had a lot of issues. Not from the perspective of, oh, the quest is dog shit. Oh, I hate the character design. Oh, blah, blah, blah is like, oh, this doesn't feel right to me. No, it's the number of, like, bugs, like, issues. We got performance. You got lag built into characters' kits. You got ultimates that aren't working properly. You got a bunch of shit in this version that just doesn't seem right. And I'm going to be honest with you.
No shit.
To me, it seems like there's a massive Q&A problem. It seems like whoever beta tested version 2.6 had no fucking idea what they were doing, because it doesn't even seem like this version went through a beta test at all.
Holy shit, he's laying the hammer down on Kuro. Damn. You know, I made this remark back when they did the live stream or whatever, the interview, whatever it was, where they were talking about, you know, they want to do 2 main updates a year. So basically every 6 months is going to be a big update. And you know what my take on that was? Exactly. And the reason why, like, Hoyoverse, I think, still has a better kind of grasp on quality of assurance. You're really if you're going to be looking at trying to push to 2 major updates in a year, like 1.0 to 2.0, 2.0 to 3.0, 3.0 to 4.0, in that regards, as fast as possible, well, there's going to be a lot of things that gets overlooked. There's going to be a lot of different issues that is going to linger. And again, when it comes down to certain aspects of quality of life changes, earlier, you know, people got upset with me, even in my own stream here, when I was talking about like the shooting droid and said there was a bad L take, you know, like people asked for it and they gave it. Yeah, people asked for it and they gave it. But you got to think of this as from the point of view as a developer in your application. And this is the same thing when I had to run it when I did for the educational department, is sometimes wants of a customer versus needs of what needs to happen. The needs need to come first. So I'm just going to say it like this, that the water effects, the leaf effects, things like that they have pushed into it with 2.4, stuff like this could have been things that could have been really postponed, because honestly, there's been issues that people have been complaining about with performance issues for quite some time. And why is it that we're adding more quality of life changes that it seems like we're fixing true optimizational issues? To Kuro Games, an optimized issue is the fact of we're going to make it to where you could change the colors in the screen. You know, no, we need bugs. We need better performance. We need performance to be looked at quite extensively. So I'm just putting my 2 cents here. I think that a lot of the major problems that Wuthering Waves has had is the fact that they're rushing the game as fast as possible. They're trying to catch up to the versions of like Genshin Impact and such. Basically, like Genshin Impact is going to be at 6.0. They want to be at 6. They want to be basically right there at 7.0, 8.0 by the time Genshin 7.0 comes around the corner. That's what I'm getting at.
With half of the shit that has been non-functional at a baseline. Let me just show you one example over here that, in my opinion, is honestly unforgivable, because it just shows that nobody was actually testing this version properly. So essentially, Augusta had a bug on release where, in Whimpering Wastes, she would use her liberation, right? Freeze time. Start slashing. And then enemies would not... The next wave wouldn't come up when she's in the middle of her time freeze. And she would use her final attack, right? Slash. And then literally no damage numbers would pop up because there's no enemies. Time isn't flowing. And so your entire liberation just got thrown out the window. This is...
Bruh. We just watched a video on that. And hey, they fixed it. That's great. But it sounds like people were complaining about something that honestly was probably meant to happen, and they fixed it. If it was, I don't think that was a bug. I think the entire idea is that when you freeze time, things don't just spawn in normally like it should be. I'm just, you know, it's not an issue for TOA apparently for some reason, but new spawns, it happens on the Whimper Waste. I mean, I would think that the idea of stopping time means nothing's happening. Spawn timers, different nothing's fucking should be happening. And that should be not holding on to the alt, you know? That's just me. Like, I don't see that as a bug. But hey, if it got fixed, it got fixed.
What it looks like. Check it out. You would only need to play this character in this game mode a single time to identify that this bug is happening. You would only need to try this out a single time in Whimpering Waste, but not a single beta tester did it. Not a single beta tester for this game decided to take this unit into Whimpering Waste and try her out. How does this slip through? What the fuck were these guys doing? If I'm Kuro Games right now, this is what I'm doing. I am looking at the list of every single person that tested the 2.6 beta, and I am banning them. Because there's a reason why you get into these beta tests. It's to fucking test out the characters and find out where the bugs are. Not just clout chase and say you got into the beta.
I think they should ban everybody from the fucking beta completely. And if that's the case, and I think they should hire an actual quality assurance team that is under Kuro's payroll, that is Kuro's people, that they hire off the street to come in and be quality assurance testers that can ask these questions. Because here's the thing. You're saying ban people because they should never allow this bug in there. But if I would have played Augusta, I would realize that her ult is a time freeze, that the timer is frozen. My question would be, I would ask, like, hey, is it supposed to be like this? But otherwise, I would assume that in general, it's like, oh, so the idea here is I'm supposed to save the ult, kill the mob that is in front of me, and then when the next wave of enemies come in, hit my ult, kill them all relatively fast, which because the timer is being stopped. The timer's being stopped. So I could actually go through this shit really fucking easily. I'll basically get a score that's going to be well over 6,000 abusing this. Like, I'm sorry. I'm just maybe I'm just wrong about fucking physics in the world, but I'm thinking freeze time means that the world is frozen. It is like fucking Jotaro's fucking goddamn, the world with Dio and shit, right? With Star Platinum. If the fucking world is frozen, nothing is just going to start moving until it's unfrozen. So even the spawn timer should be frozen.
And tried the characters early, because clearly none of you guys are even fucking playing the fucking characters. How does this even occur?
Look, it doesn't even matter.
There's no universe that this gets past even 1 day of Q&A unless the people testing are literally incompetent. Chill, we don't even know if what you're assuming is true? Then why did the developers themselves identify it as a bug? Why did the developers themselves identify that this is a massive fucking bug? And then they proceeded to actually fix it on release. There's a lot of people saying, oh, maybe it's intended that when she stops time, she griefs her entire clear. Oh, wait. The Wuthering Waves developers themselves have identified that it's a fucking problem. Man, all the peeps defending this shit need to put on their clown makeup. Lol, nice on them for acknowledging it quickly, though. Yes, because an attack like that, dealing literally 0 damage with no wrong inputs from the player, is clearly not intended. And guess what, guys? There's nothing crazy you need to do to trigger this. You want to know why? Because I literally did it myself when I recorded the first impressions video for this unit the other day. All right. Unfortunately, well, WUWA has a bit of an issue, right? That's what it looks like when it was a decent liberation. Want to check out this one? Like right over here, you see this? Wow, does that look fun, guys?
Rewind us a little bit back here quickly. Want to hear something he said?
0 damage with no wrong inputs from the player is clearly not intended. And guess what, guys? There's nothing crazy you need to do to trigger this. You want to know why? Because
Wait, go back.
Makeup, lol. That it's a fuck. Her entire clear. Oh, wait. The Wuthering Waves developers themselves have identified that it's a fucking problem. Man, all the peeps defending this shit need to put on their clown makeup. Lol, nice.
Wait, go back. There's something he said.
Unk, chill. We don't even know if what you're assuming is true. Then why did the developers themselves identify it as a bug? Why did the developers themselves identify that this is a massive fucking bug? And then they proceeded to actually fix it on release. Huh. There's a lot of people saying...
Okay, all right. I wanted to make sure I was right about that.
WUWA has a bit of an issue, right? That's what it looks like when it was a decent liberation. Want to check out this one? Like right over here, you see this? Wow, does that look fun, guys? That's not very good. Brother, this version was not cooked properly. The characters are okay, the characters are cool, whatever. The quest is cool, whatever. But look at all of the fixes that are on this list. This is all of the stuff that got patched day one because the beta testers were...
Fix an issue, effective voice lines that pages to dodge thing, fix an issue.
Were this fucking useless. Let's read them out. Fixed an issue in immersion mode. Okay, that's fair. Maybe people weren't using immersion mode. Maybe you gotta get Rexlin in the fucking beta because he's the only fucking person that uses it. Fixed an issue that affected the voice line when Resonator Augusta dodged. Fixed an issue where the animations of Phoebe, Baija, and Carlotta desynchronized and their kits didn't work properly. Fixed an issue where skins don't appear. Fixed 300 issues in the main quest. Look at how many bugs there actually were in the main quest. Did not a single beta tester play the fucking quest either. Fire everybody. Do not invite the testers back. Do not invite a single one of them back. Get a whole new team, because clearly whoever was in this last beta test was literally just not even... How is it this long? How are there this many things? It's ridiculous. And you want to know the worst part about all this? Is I'm pretty sure there's still an active bug right now that is like still completely fucking up this Augusta unit. Let's just take a look over here. Oh, sorry. It's not a bug anymore. I guess they added this to her kit. That wasn't in her pre-release fucking documents. Apparently, during the beta or whatever, they decided to just like add in this line at some point to Augusta's kit where she like ends environmental effects upon using the second cast. Brother, this was like not communicated at all during the live stream. It's like barely even communicated in like her kit overview. And like the end result is that like this was a surprise to like 90% of players because you have like one line about her synergy with like Frolova being straight up deleted.
So the beta testers are the problem. Kuro added a line after, basically added something to after the initial part of the kit. You're going down on this. All I'm hearing right now is that Kuro is starting to basically get competent. They're starting to get, you know, pretty much eased. They're in a good spot. They don't mind. I am sure that the beta testers for this, I am pretty sure that you're making assumptions that they did not report this, blah, 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 everything else. We're going to go do some research. I'm sure we can find some things about the beta and people arguing and some shit around there, around Reddit or something. But, I mean, there's other factors I feel like that is going on with WUWA that would constellate these type of problems. That has been defended practices for the longest, that is now catching up.
She deletes Hikari when she uses the second attack of this move. Hikari straight up just disappears. And I guess this is the thing, right? Is that's probably something that should be like advertised a little bit more when it comes to like the design of this unit, because let's be entirely real here. There aren't a lot of heavy attack damage amplifiers in the game, and to have like one of them straight up have like the cornerstone of their kit literally deleted from the battlefield. Right, you'll see Hikari over here, right?
Let me see some.
All right, here we go. Boom. So, we just have Hikari on the field over here, right? It's looking pretty good. This clear's looking great. Hikari's on the field with us. Frolova and Hikari both get deleted after the second cast of this ability. It's so strange that, like, this is not even, like, mentioned at all when it comes to, like, her kit design. It's, like, not mentioned at all during the live stream. It's, like, it's a surprise to everybody that this synergy isn't there. And Frolova is one of the three heavy... Sorry, there's only 2 heavy attack damage buffers in the game. It's her and Mortifi. And so for one of the heavy attack damage buffers, Augusta deletes a part of their kit. I'm going to be honest with you. I feel like this was something that probably should have been communicated to like a slight degree, because this came as a surprise to so many people. I actually thought it was a bug in this entire kit description across this entire thing. And this is probably why I...
All right. So looking at the pre-release on this kit. All right. So using a leaker website. I want this to be looked at, right? Weather Waves 1 month ago, 2.6 full kits. This is, you can see the links right here, right? So, well, wrong one. Let's go to Augusta. There's a way. Call Me by the Sun. That's under her resident skill, isn't it? This is Liberation. It's in the kit. So it's under her resident Liberation. Are we sure it was not actually in there?
Didn't recognize it was even in there. You have one paragraph telling you about this. So I guess it was communicated, but it was not communicated well at all. She deletes Chacona too. She deletes a couple of things from the battlefield, which is like, I don't know, like maybe that's something worth mentioning when these characters are supposed to, like, most would assume they would work together. Augusta's Echo skill even has like 2 casts. I know Echo skills of the same name don't count, but her Echo skill has an 8-second cooldown too, with 2 separate casts. So she's like almost expected to be using them more frequently. So it's like almost all the pieces are there for you to imagine that the synergy is there. It's not mentioned at all in any situation, no live stream, and then it's in one fucking random paragraph in the middle of her liberation. There was a better way to communicate this. There was a better way to fix all the bugs that were in the 2.6 beta. There was a better way for this patch to actually release. And right now, this update, version 2.6, might be one of, if not like the worst.
All right, now you got me curious of something. You got me curious because you're making the mention they just added this now.
Has finally arrived in the first half of version 2. When that incoming unit uses their outro skill, this map skill deep full up stick that can still perform. Ladies and gentlemen, shit. Her outro variety of different means, basically using basic. As you can see, there's no cinematics, nothing special, and then that's the second cast. So the first cast literally is press and release the Resonance Liberation button to cast this skill, and that's going to be the one that you cast when you don't.
You are reading this. This is what you're trying to use against WUWA? Is a fucking Twitter post? Hold up. Did this man do what I think he fucking did? Now you're gonna see me defend Weather and Waves. Hold on. Now you're gonna watch me defend fucking WUWA.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, how's everybody doing today?
Shut the fuck up. I gotta go check something now. Alright. Open up Twitch. You're in a waiting room. Did you ever go through this kit? Did he ever actually read the kit? He's building the character. When you collected her and you started building her, my question is, did you start reading? Or did bro just go in and thinking and assuming? Because that one paragraph is in the fucking full kit a month ago from leakers. Nothing here. So day fucking one, we got the waiting, watching the videos, the polls. And this is when he starts to build her. Nothing in here. Okay. All right, so pause that one. Go to here. Go to the next day. Story. Because I have a hard time believing that they just put in here. He never fucking read the fucking kit. He read the fucking short version on fucking Twitter, but there's not a fucking single live stream of him actually fucking reading the kit. Like, look what he's doing. He's not even reading. He's just building the character to fucking level 10 to get ready to do a build guide. When's the last time the fucking build was updated? Hold on. Let's see. Let me go to here. Okay. I gotta see. Because I don't think that was something that was missed. All right. 2.63 beta. 2.63 beta. Performing environmental gameplay or other interactions in sworn to Elijah state without triggering subliminal sword oath. It's right fucking there. It's right fucking there in the beta. He never read the kit.
There was a better way to communicate this. There was a better way to fix all the bugs that were in the technology is there. It's not mentioned at all in any situation, no live stream, and then it asks. So she's like almost expected to be using them more frequently. So it's like to Augusta's kit where she like ends environmental effects upon using the second cast. Brother, this was like not communicated in this line at some point. This Augusta unit. Let's just take a look over here. Oh, sorry. It's not a bug anymore. I guess they added this to her kit. That was...
It's been in there since the beta. The only change performing environmental, gameplay, or other interactions. The only change, if we come up here, we change it from the beta to the release version, you'll see what's in green and what in red's been removed. Green's been stayed and red has been removed. Let's raise a resolution. Forte circuit. Lower this down so I can actually see what I'm looking at. This is res to scale. The only fucking change they did was put Everbright Protector on it. No, they don't go over the kit. But the problem here is that this is proof that he does not read the kits. What he fucking did, and he's trying to blame this that, oh, Kuro should have better broadcasted this, right? They should have better explained all this. Those showcases that the developers are doing, what that is designed for is a, straight up, hey, a quick fucking 5-minute look into a character's kit. Basically tell you the most important shit that it is. Okay? What is the most important fucking shit there is? What he did.
President's liberation.
He read the website shit. Like, he read this and thought he knew the kit. These are patch notes. Let's find which one he was looking at. I can just do this. This makes it fucking hell of a lot easier. Detail 3.1.2.0. So this is the one he read. No. 3.1.2.0. Oh. It would fucking help if I actually had numlock on. This is the one he read. You think this is the kit? Guys, if you read this, do you honestly assume this is the full kit? Never mind. Never the fuck mind. I'm even wrong. I'm fucking wrong. They should have better communicated it. They should have better fucking... This is what he fucking read. This is the same fucking webpage he owes Kuro an apology. It's right there. He didn't fucking read. You see? Oh my fucking god. If this doesn't prove the fact that he cannot fucking take an L, that his entire fucking being is a he cannot be fucking wrong.
Is like still completely fucking up this Augusta unit. Let's just take a look over here. Oh, sorry, it's not a bug anymore. I guess they added this to her.
Time to go through this video real quick.
I think this, when you don't have this resource called Majesty, which is what it means with, and then Entrix, and then State, you can just hold State faster that way. And Shiyu worry will use an outro. Her kit isn't to get. Let's get into her ascendance. Using her one, she's gonna generate ascendancy, and when that meter is full, her regular resonance skill is gonna be replaced with Undying Sun. That's what's occurring when she's skill in the not minding that. Now this is where they get into to cast Chained Majesty. We'll get into those in just a second. At times with her skills, seeing a lot of content reveal. It's very cool. Deal like to it, and make sure that she page of her base. That counter is just here called Thunderation. Your spin slap, so you will be attack and or uppercut. You're just gonna press jump when prowess, and if prowess is full with button 2 that's full.
We don't give a fuck about none of this. We give a fuck about the Res Liberation.
So yeah. She does have unique randomly like her intro skip to regular blade, dealing electro damage. And as you can see over here, it gives the thunder roar. And this is where we're gonna press and release the resonance liberation.
It's fucking right there! How else? Okay. This is just sad. You can actually use his own videos against him. Holy shit, he is that fucking dumb. I thought it was a joke.
That wasn't in her pre-release fucking documents. Apparently, during the beta or whatever, they decided to just like add in this line at some point to Augusta's kit where she like ends environmental effects upon using the second cast. Brother, this was like not communicated at all during the live stream. It's like barely even communicated in like her kit overview. And like the end result is that like this
barely communicated over her kit overview. Barely. No, it's fucking right there. The fucking thing you're bitching about was described in the fucking place that actually fucking reads the kit. Let's see if he actually read it. Yeah, let's see if he actually fucking read it.
Button to cast this skill, and then Augusta will just deal damage considered as heavy attack. 2 stacks. She's gonna hold her liberation button to cast Sublime as
All right,
the Sun.
he's on it.
Doesn't cost resonance energy. That's the important thing. But 2 stacks of Majesty instead. And so when using her liberation Sublime as the Sun, Augusta generates the Ruler's Realm and then enters Sworn Allegiance state for 7 seconds. That's when time is stopped and you cannot actually switch to other characters. Only Sublime as the Sun, Sunborn, and Sublime as the Sun, Everbright Protector, and Dodge can be performed in this time-frozen state. And she'll also be able to use her mid-air attack if she's in the air as well. So not a lot of things that you can do. I assume like the idea over here is that, you know, she's attacking so fast that time effectively feels frozen. I'm pretty sure that the mechanic that her ultimate is using is going to be rehashed for the Cyberpunk 2077 collab. Because we all know about David and his, what is it called? Sandivistan thing? The thing that, like, slows down time? I can totally imagine that it's going to be a similar mechanic to what we're seeing in here. Because we're essentially getting, she freezes time and then rapidly attacks 7 times. Pretty fucking cool in this game. It's probably going to be pretty fucking cool in the collab. So that's my prediction over here. So yeah, while in the Sworn Allegiance, or the time stop state, she's going to press or hold the normal attack to cast Sunborn, and she can also walk on water without consuming stamina during those 7 seconds, but you're probably going to be hitting enemies instead, unless you're really trying to do some weird shit in the overworld. And so performing environmental gameplay or other interactions ends the Sworn Allegiance state without using the second cast or her enhanced finisher. So yeah, if you like go ahead and you like pick up a like one of those like plant bombs in 1.0, or you like interact with like a Lottie Lost, yeah, you won't be able to get the second damaging part. But this is more like an overworld thing. So yeah, the Sunboard is going to be the big attack that she does at the
He read it. He read it. Let me find something here. Okay, he just can't read.
one line about her synergy with like Frolova being straight up deleted. She deletes Hikari when she uses the second attack of this move. Hikari straight up just disappears. And I guess this is the thing, right? Is that's probably something that should be like advertised a little bit more when it comes to like the design of this unit, because let's be entirely real here. There aren't a lot of heavy attack damage amplifiers in the game, and to have like one of them straight up have like the cornerstone of their...
I just want to go back to this real quick. I just want to go back to this real quick. Bear with me.
Like go ahead and you like pick up a like one of those like plant bombs in 1.0, or you like interact with like a Lottie Lost, yeah, you won't be able to get the second damaging part. But this is more like an overworld thing. So yeah, the Sunboard is going to be the big attack that she does at the end, and this is going to be considered as heavy attack damage. It's going to be available after she casts the Sunboard, the fast slashes 9 times, or she can just hold down the liberation button to cast it early. So that's some of the stuff that she has available. Now, yeah, Everbite Protector, that's how it works. We've already covered all of her attacks over here. Nothing too complicated to talk about. Let's move on to Ruler's Realm. Ruler's Realm is going to last for 30 seconds after she uses her Liberation, and this is something that was not mentioned in the simplified guide. When the other Resonators in the team use an intro skill within Augusta's Ruler's Realm, they will gain a shield equal to 5% plus 650 of Augusta's max HP per 10 seconds. This effect is unstackable, and the shield is not going to be passed on. And so I would say that this doesn't really seem like a crazy survival mechanic. I feel like it's in there for flavor because a 5% scaling shield plus 650 interactions ends the Sworn Allegiance state without using the second cast or her enhanced, her enhanced finish. So yeah, if you like go ahead and you like pick up a like one of those like plant bombs in 1.0, or you like interact with like a Lottie Lost, yeah, you won't be able to get the second damage part. But this is more like an open world thing. So yeah, the Sunboard is going to be the big attack that she does at the end, and this is going to be considered as.
He even fucking reads it, and it was not communicated according to him.
Kit literally deleted from the battlefield. Right, you'll see Hikari over here, right? All right, here we go. Boom. So we just have Hikari on the field over here, right? It's looking pretty good. This clear's looking great. Hikari's on the field with us. Frolova and Hikari both get deleted after the second cast of this ability. It's so strange that like this is not even like mentioned at all when it comes to like her kit design. It's like not mentioned.
I just want to verify.
Pre-release fucking documents. Apparently, during the beta or whatever, they decided to just like add in.
I want to make sure that he's pointing to the right thing. Performing environmental, gameplay, or other interactions in sworn allegiance state without triggering Sublime Sun and Everbright Protection. It's the exact same thing that he's bitching about. What's happening? Let's say Tonus explain to you what's happening.
Ridiculous. And you want to know the worst part about all of this? Is I'm pretty sure there's still an active bug right now that is like still completely fucking up this Augusta unit. Let's just take a look over here. Oh, sorry, it's not a bug anymore. I guess they added this to her kit. That wasn't in her pre-release fucking documents. Apparently,
that wasn't in her pre-release documents. Wait. This and this.
She is also the current.
For us, it's a hard knock life. For us, steady treated, we get tricked. Steady kisses, we get kicked. It's a hard knock life. Got no folks to speak of, so it's the.
Bro. And he cannot bitch about this. He cannot. He actually can't. He just didn't understand it.
Gonna press or hold the normal attack to cast Sunborn, and she can also walk on water without consuming stamina during those 7 seconds, but you're probably gonna be hitting enemies instead, unless you're really trying to do some weird shit in the overworld. And so, performing environmental gameplay or other interactions ends the Sworn Allegiance state without using the second cast or her enhanced, her enhanced finisher. So yeah, if you like go ahead and you like pick up.
He fucking read it. And what was his response to this?
Ridiculous. And you want to know the worst part about all this? Is I'm pretty sure there's still an active bug right now that is like still completely fucking up this Augusta unit. Let's just take a look over here. Oh, sorry. It's not a bug anymore. I guess they added this to her kit. That wasn't in her pre-release fucking documents.
It is in her pre-release documents. He fucking read it. Dude, I feel like I should do a fucking react to this. I honestly feel like I should do a fucking react to this. Like, I am mind blown that he can't fucking read. That he can't comprehend. Now, grant you, the problem here is he read it, he just didn't understand it. Then he would go play on, when he pulled the character and built the character, he didn't bother to read the kit again. Because of the pre-release. Oh, I read the pre-release. He didn't go bother to look at the numbers, the statistics, the data, or anything else, and went straight into making a guide video with Augusta at level 90. He would do all of that to go read out the kit and everything, and now he's accusing Kuro devs of adding this in after the fact, and that it was not in the quote-unquote pre-release documentation, which it clearly fucking was, that even he fucking read it out loud, is just the fact that he did not fucking understand what the fuck it meant. That is the question I'm asking myself right now. Should I make a video on this? Hold on, wife's coming up. I know it is about to, by the way. She's coming up here to give me a blowjob. Because I ain't gay. Oh, yeah, give it to me, honey. Stop laughing and put that head down.
Hi, chat. I was going to ask you something.
Logo to sleep, I'm guessing? Oh, fuck. Which one are you? What do you feel like?
I don't know.
Give me them goddamn titties. I want a motorboat. I don't care.
Oh, you want burger?
Sure. Either that or do like Wendy's and I'll do a chili.
Yeah, we do that.
I need a Coke. I need a Coke or something.
You want chili, Coke, and...
Yeah. Chili, Coke, and fries. Nah. I'm not really that hungry. I got a brain aneurysm right now.
We just had your head.
Well, damn straight I like your tits. Give me a Coke.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's fine. Alright, sorry about that. You see, like, the beginning part of this video, like, is he gonna keep complaining about this throughout the entire thing? He's gonna talk about Yanuda's kit or whatever? You do realize, like she has she has one big problem, which is that she's got one sequence that is just straight up for co-op. And no, I did not hit mute. You heard everything. All right. Let's get ready to record. Let's get ready to record this shit. Oh, God. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Let's hide the background. All right. So, accordingly to the community, and I guarantee it's not a fucking bug, okay? I guarantee it's going to get fixed because people are bitching about it. And that's why. It's not an actual bug because it makes perfect fucking sense to what Augustus alt is supposed to fucking do. Augustus alt freezes fucking time. It freezes all counters. The timer, the spawn timer, everything. It freezes time. It makes perfect fucking sense. And to properly, and that's the reason why. If you, like, I don't even understand what Satonus, like, why he's even complaining about this. Because if I'm not mistaken, even in the pre-release fucking documentation, motherfucker, there is stated in here somewhere that you just gotta hold the fucking alt button to finish it. Like, I'm guaranteeing you, I guarantee you that the way the alt works was intended. That was the intended functionality of the alt. The thing about the alt is that once you use it, you can go ahead, you can play with it, or you can immediately end it. You don't have to go through the next fucking 10 seconds fucking sitting in fucking endless time zone. You can go ahead, use your alt, kill everything off the screen if you need to, or just fucking straight up end the fucking alt. It's not a bug, but they're going to correct it. They're going to correct it because so many people are bitching about it that Kuro's going to end up fixing it. I guarantee it was originally intended because it makes perfect fucking sense. It fucking does. Because one thing about fucking Weather Waves, with all the alts, they all freeze the fucking timer. I'm not sure about any of y'all, but when you fucking play Whimpering Waste and you use like GN's alt, for example, when he jumps in and he does that little cinematic flare, the enemies are frozen. And then when time gets back on, he shoots it. Like, it makes perfect sense. She's freezing time. She's freezing the clock in that entire duration. Zhang Liao don't freeze time. He slows down time. Like, it makes perfect sense. If the timer stopped, why wouldn't the spawn counter not stop? Why do you have the ability to immediately end your resident skill? I mean, your resident liberation right off the bat. You don't have to go through the entire process. But I know WUWA is going to fucking end up fixing it. I know Kuro's going to fix it because too many people are complaining about it. It's just like when they were bitching about Brant's kid and saying that because one move would made Brant unplayable, and we sat here playing the fucking story version of that fucking Brant going through, and it was like, dude, there's nothing wrong with this Brant. He's still fucking playable. They're making a big deal out of fucking nothing. They're making a big deal out of nothing. So this is where, like, again, this is when Satonus is going to be the type of person that straight up is going to criticize fucking Weather and Waves because he's the only goddamn motherfucker who's allowed to criticize Weather and Waves according to him. So let him criticize Weather and Waves because we know we can read and he can't. You ready, YouTube? Let's hit the record button. You guys ready? Let's have some fun. We're going to do just like St. Thomas, man. God, and here I was having fun watching other videos and such, and you guys bring me this video up, and you fucking make me get a brain aneurysm. Alrighty. Proxy, my man. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome to another video. And in this one, we are doing it live right now on the live stream, recording it. This is a reaction video to our favorite senpai, St. Tonas, going out of his way to provide heavy criticisms to Weather and Waves 2.6 for multiple different issues that we're going to take a look at. And yeah, let's have some fun. I am actually very interested, because we've already pre-watched this, of some of the responses I have to some of his criticisms, because I am actually confused if people know how to read. So without further ado, let's get into it.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to have a bit of a discussion today. And this discussion is going to be about Kuro.
It's going to be about Kuro, not Hoyoverse. That's a fucking nice change.
Games going ahead and kind of just fucking it up because
You heard that, guys. Let's repeat that one more time. Let's repeat that, right?
And this discussion is going to be about Kuro Games going ahead and kind of just fucking it up because
even Kuro Games fucks up, and our senpai has finally taken notice that they have fucked up. So let's see what he has to say.
I'm going to be real with you over here. Version 2.6 has had a lot of issues. Not from the perspective of, oh, the quest is dog shit. Oh, I hate the character design. Oh, blah, blah, blah is like, oh, this doesn't feel right to me. No, it's the number of, like, bugs, like, issues. We got performance. You got lag built into characters' kits. You got ultimates that aren't working properly. You got a bunch of shit in this version that just doesn't seem right. And I'm going to be honest with you. To me, it seems like there's a massive Q&A problem.
All right, I'm going to pause it right here for a second, and I'm going to go ahead and give my thought patterns on this because I've discussed this before in Weather Ways, especially during 2.3 and during my concerns with when I was playing at 1.4 before 2.0 came out, and I said it like this. We watched an interview, basically, a live stream where I remember that the Kuro Games' entire development team, their goal was to make sure that they're going to do 2 major updates per year. So every 6 months, they're planning to do, like 1.0 to 2.0, 2.0 to 3.0, 3.0 to 4.0 within 6 months apiece. And I made the statement that, to me, that feels like you're going to have a development team that is going to be really rushing the content more than preserving the actual aspects around it, to which would cause to have a lot of technical debt. That is a key problem that ends up happening a lot of times in development. I have a developer's background, managing a team for the educational department, doing the same shit like this. And while customers, would always express feedback about, what they wanted in these applications and everything else, there was also technical debt that needed to get worked out that pretty much fixed the optimizations of the game. So when it comes down to a quality assurance team and stuff like this, beta testing and everything else, I will say that I don't fully blame them when at the same point in time, you have a game that is relatively pushing updates quite fast, which I hope to God that, they get a correction on it. But I do feel like in recent time, Weather and Waves optimizations, their problems, has generally been because of this problem. That they're focusing on adding more and more content versus, more and more quality of life updates in that regards versus actual performance and other issues in regards. So let's continue to see what he has to say more.
It seems like whoever beta tested version 2.6 had no fucking idea what they were doing, because it doesn't even seem like this version went through a beta test at all, with half of the shit that has been non-functional at a baseline. Let me just show you one example over here that, in my opinion, is honestly unforgivable, because it just shows that nobody was actually testing this version properly. So essentially, Augusta had a bug on release where, in Whimpering Wastes, she would use her liberation, right? Freeze time. Start slashing. And then enemies would not... The next wave wouldn't come up when she's in the middle of her time freeze. And she would use her final attack, right? Slash. And then literally no damage numbers would pop up because there's no enemies. Time isn't flowing. And so your entire liberation just got thrown out the window. This is what it looks like. Check it out.
Notice the timer is stopped at 1 minute and 30 with 30 microseconds, right? Milliseconds. To me, from what he's going to be explaining here, from what I've seen already, I've already had this conversation before. The alt that everybody's claiming is bugged seems like it's doing exactly what it's intended to do. It freezes time. Okay? And if it's going to freeze the countdown timer, it should be technically also freezing the spawn timer, in my personal opinion, because time's not flowing. So one part of Augusta's kit is that you could actually end the Resin Liberation early, so you could press again R or whatever and hold it down, and she will automatically just end the Resin Liberation as soon as you want it to be. You don't have to go through the entire duration. But don't know. I mean, I'll put it like this: if it's a bug, it's a bug. If it's intended, it's intended. And if they're going to fix it, they're going to fix it. Then that's all great. It doesn't matter if they fix it or they don't fix it. In my personal opinion, is what I'm getting at.
You would only need to play this character in this game mode a single time to identify that this bug is happening. You would only need to try this out a single time in Whimpering Waste, but not a single beta tester did it. Not a single beta tester for this game decided to take this unit into Whimpering Waste and try her out. How does this slip through? What?
How did we know this is the truth? Why are we making a factual statement? You're not part of the beta testing. You're not part of Kuro Games. You're not working for Kuro Games. So at that point in time, maybe the beta testers did test it. Maybe they didn't think there was anything wrong with it, number one. Or number two, maybe they did bring it up to the company's say, hey, look, we think this is a bug or something. And nothing was done with it. There's different possibilities. You're making it sound like beta testers aren't doing their job. I'm going to have to disagree with that until there is actual hard evidence or hard facts that proves that method.
What the fuck were these guys doing? If I'm Kuro Games right now, this is what I'm doing. I am looking at the list of every single person that tested the 2.6 beta, and I am banning them because there's a reason why you get into these beta tests.
And I agree 100% with that statement too. I say fire every single fucking beta tester that gets assigned to this crap. Get rid of every single person that's global, that's in China, whatever. Get rid of them, ban their accounts, and hire an actual quality assurance team internally in the company. And you know what this also helps to mitigate? Leaks. Because if you hire the fucking interns and you hire the employees and leaks happen, then you can 100% track down who is leaking that information. So it solves two problems. It solves the problem for someone like St. Tona's that they're not doing their job, and it solves a problem to where if the company just hires a group of people that comes into the office every single day to play fucking Weather and Waves and beta test it inside the office every single time and make remarks to this, you're also solving the problem with leaks now, aren't you?
It's to fucking test out the characters and find out where the bugs are. Not just clout chase and say you got into the beta and tried the characters early. Because clearly, none of you guys are even fucking playing the fucking characters. How does this even occur? There's no universe that this gets past even one day of Q&A unless the people testing are literally incompetent. Chill, we don't even know if what you're assuming is true. Then
exactly. We do not know if what he's assuming is true. Because what if it was, and I'm going to say this because this has happened before with me with doing the application development. What happens if it was never a bug? Let's say this is a bug, right? Let's say this is not attended and this is actually a bug. What happens if in the entire beta processing, this never was once experienced? What if time flowed naturally, the spawn timer flowed naturally, and they were able to clear Whimper and Waste and everything else, and it never happened? And then when the final product is released, which is 2.6, the actual consumer version that we're getting, not the beta, that Kuro Games decided the last second to add some line of code or whatever, say, you know what, let's just do this. And, you know, it's not the beta tester's fault now, it's the company's fault. You're assuming it's beta testers that is going at this when it might not be. Just saying.
why did the developers themselves identify it as a bug? Why?
Right here. This is a bot feedback. This is an application. So people, I'm going to go do a little bit of research on the Discord myself. I can show you like right here that I am right now in the Weather and Waves Discord and everything else. This right here is just a generic message. Okay, people are claiming it's a bug. Some people are claiming it's not a bug in the entire WUWA chat, and people are providing feedback to it. And this bug is basically saying this is a known issue. It's not saying it's a known bug. They're saying it's a known issue, and our relevant team is currently working on resolving it. Now, does this mean that they're fixing it as to say, like, hey, we're going to correct this as a bug? Which I'm sure they're going to go ahead and they're going to fix it. Okay, I'm sure Spawn Timer is going to end up kicking in. Okay. But it could be a possibility that Kuro is going to send out an in-game announcement in future updates or whatever, stating, "Hey, look, what you were experiencing in Whimpering Ways was actually intended." And you know how many people are going to be upset with that? So this is up to Kuro Games, whether if it was intended, did they fix it anyway? Whether it's a bug, did they fix it? Or however it is. This isn't like a straight up message from the devs saying that, oh, it's a bug and we're fixing it. This is a AI response saying it's a known issue because so many people have brought it up. So it is considered a known issue. And the relevant team is currently on working to resolve it, whether it is to update it or whether that is to provide an announcement to explain that, you know, we need to better detail this out in our kit or something. They could be to that effect or to that fact as well.
Why did the developers themselves identify that this is a massive fucking bug? And then they proceeded to actually fix it on release. There's a lot of people saying, oh, maybe it's intended that when she stops time, she griefs her entire clear. Oh, wait, the Wuthering Waves developers themselves have identified that it's a fucking problem. Man, all the peeps defending this shit need to put on their clown makeup. Lol.
Ay. We're just going to go to Reddit and we're going to go believe in Reddit. I mean, that little screenshot could have been for a whole different other bug now, too. Could it have been? I mean, the OP on this, like, for what it's worth, it seems they acknowledged that it's a bug. You know, well, it's not to say that there was something else that was mentioned and they just took a screenshot of something else. I mean, not saying they did, but I'm saying that we have to give the benefit of the doubt. You just can't state that something like this is 100% factual when you're not the person providing the evidence. This is one-sided information. I feel like it's intended, to be honest, and it makes perfect sense because one thing about Augustus alt is that you can straight up end it. So when the mobs are cleared, you can straight up end it immediately and continue on. I don't see it being a problem. But if they tweak it, hey, that's good. But to go out of the way to be making this message right here that, you know, the devs are fucking, the beta testers didn't catch this, blah, blah, blah. All this. I don't know. I don't know. I just don't think that that is a good statement to make, per se. This is my criticism of St. Tonus. I think that you need to cool it down a little bit on accusations.
Nice on them for acknowledging it quickly, though. Yes, because an attack like that, dealing literally 0 damage with no wrong inputs from the player, is clearly not intended. And guess what, guys? There's nothing crazy you need to do to trigger this. You want to know why? Because I literally did it myself when I recorded
I want to see something,
the
actually.
first impressions video for this unit.
I want to see something, actually. Can we rewind this a little bit? Can we go back to the play footage on this? I want to go back to the play footage. I want to look at the play footage. Because like I said, this looks like it's intended to me, right?
You would only need to play this character. Check it out. You would only need to identify that this bug is happening. You would only need.
Yeah, I mean,
the first impressions video for this unit. The other
it looks
day,
intended to me. It does actually look intended to me. Like, I can see where the complaint's coming at, but how Augustus kit plays, I feel like it's intended.
Unfortunately, well, WUWA has a bit of an issue, right? That's what it looks like when it was a decent liberation. Want to check out this one? Like right
End
over
it.
here, you see this?
In the alt.
Wow, does that look fun, guys? That's not very good. Brother, this version was not cooked properly. The characters are okay. The characters are cool, whatever. The quest is cool, whatever. But look at all of the fixes that are on this list. This is all of the stuff that got patched day one because the beta testers were this fucking useless. Let's read them out. Fixed an...
Hold on. So the beta testers are fucking useless. Could it not be because there was 3 beta testing and everything else? Could it not be that the reason why it was fixed was because the beta testers did bring it up and that day one patch was the best time to patch the game? Just saying. Like, I don't think that, like, you know, I'm so complex by this. Like, I feel like we are going after beta testers and everything else, which honestly, we should be going after the company for this 100%. Because first, if it is the beta tester's fault, well, they're picking the wrong beta testers, like Saitona says. He's 100% right at that point. But at the same point in time, I'm not just going to fully 100% blame the beta testers and not Kuro Games. That would be a 50-50 at that point. My entire thing was, again, fire the beta testers to prevent the leaks. There you go. You solve a problem. And you probably would solve this problem as well.
Issue in immersion mode. Okay, that's fair. Maybe people weren't using immersion mode. Maybe you got to get Rexlin in the fucking beta because he's the only fucking person that uses it. Fixed an issue that affected the voice line when Resonator Augusta dodged. Fixed an issue where the animations of Phoebe, Baija, and Carlotta desynchronized and their kits didn't work properly. Fixed an issue where skins don't appear. Fixed 300 issues in the main quest. Look at how many bugs there actually were
really
in the main
300?
quest. Did not a single beta tester play the fucking quest either. Fire everybody. Do not invite the testers back. Do not invite a single one of them back. Get a whole new team, because clearly, whoever was in this last beta test was literally just not even... How is it this long? How are there this many things? It's ridiculous. And you want to know the worst part about all this? Is I'm pretty sure there's still an active bug right now.
Alrighty, well, this is the part that we're going to have some fun with. And I want you to listen very carefully, because this is where we were pre-watching it, and Saintonis, buddy, old pal, senpai, I'm going to ask you a question before we even watch this. Do you understand how to read, and do you understand how to comprehend? Because the first part, I can give you that. This part, I got to question you.
That is like still completely fucking up this Augusta unit. Let's just take a look over here. Oh, sorry. It's not a bug anymore. I guess they added this to her kit. That wasn't in her pre-release fucking documents. Apparently, during the
Well, let me let him finish real quick.
Beta or whatever, they decided to just like add in this line at some point to Augusta's kit where she like ends environmental effects upon using the second cast.
So, Saitonis is going to say here that, if you just heard, that this was not in any of the pre-release documentation for the kit, because this Amanda doesn't read leaks, right? And I'm going to straight up bring up one thing here. This is a leak website. This is where you can see the leaks. This is where you can see the beta, and you can see the final release. First and foremost, from the beta all the way down to the Res of Liberation that we could take a look at, right? So, the only difference that has been added since the very first beta to the final product of the game is that they added Everbright Protector at the end of Sublime Sun. But the entire line of performing environmental gameplay and other interactions in Sworn Alliance without triggering has been here since the beta. Zaytona said it was in the pre-release documentation. If we take a look at the pre-release documentation, we come take a look right here. I am not sure about you guys, but we got to go down to where the Res Liberation's at, which is going to be up here. We just had it, guys. Where did it go? Skill, outro, conquest, Res Liberation, right here. So it's down here. The normal attack, successful, blah, blah, blah. Dodge, counter, prowess. So this is the pre-release data. Sublime Sun, right here, so right above it. Performing environmental gameplay and other interactions in Sworn Alliance state without triggering Sublime. It's the same line that he's reading. It was directly in here. And when was this posted? Like, when was this actually posted? This was posted on the 23rd of August of 2025. It has been in the pre-release information. So anyone who was reading this did get this information first and foremost. But we got something a little bit more funny for this. Because if we go back a little bit, right, to an older video that is 6 days old with 31K video views from our boy Zaytonis.
Or her enhanced, her enhanced finisher. So yeah, if you like go ahead and you like pick consuming stamina during those 7 seconds, but you're probably gonna be hitting enemies instead, unless you're really trying to do some weird shit in the overworld. And so performing environmental gameplay or other interactions ends the Sworn Allegiance state without using the second cast or her enhanced, her enhanced finisher. So yeah, if you like go ahead and you like pick up a one of those like plant bombs in 1.0, or you like interact with like a Lottie Lost, yeah, you won't be able to get the second damaging part. But this is more.
You got that, right? Let's rewind a little bit. This is from his own words, by the way.
Look over here. Oh, sorry. It's not a bug anymore. I guess they added this to her kit. That wasn't in her pre-release fucking documents. Apparently, during the beta or whatever, they decided to just, like, add in this line at some point to Augusta's kit where she, like, ends environmental effects upon using the second cast. Brother, this was, like, not communicated at all during the live stream. It's, like, barely even communicated in, like, her kit overview. And, like, the end result is that, like, this was a surprise to, like, 90% of players because you have, like, one line about her synergy with, like, Frolova being straight up deleted. She deletes Hecate when she uses the second attack of this move.
You read it. It was in the pre-release documentation, and it's been there since the beta. The only changes from the beta to the final release was to go ahead and add on the name of Everbright Protector to the Sublime is the Sun. Why are we trying to make a narrative that, I didn't comprehend it? So it's the company's fault. It's a surprise that I did not understand it, so it must be Kuro Games' fault, not mine. This is where I'm going to defend Kuro against you. Because straight up, it was there the entire time.
Hottie straight up just disappears. And I guess this is the thing, right? That's probably something that should be, like, advertised a little bit more when it comes to, like, the design of this unit. Because, let's be entirely real here. There aren't a lot of heavy attack damage amplifiers in the game. And to have, like, one of them straight up have, like, the cornerstone of their kit literally deleted from the battlefield. Right, you'll see Hecate over here, right? Alright, here we go. Boom. So, we just have Hecate on the field over here, right? It's looking pretty good. This clear's looking great. Hecate's on the field with us. Frolova and Hecate both get deleted after the second cast of this ability. It's so strange that, like, this is not even, like, mentioned at all when it comes to, like, her kit design. It's, like, not mentioned at all during the live stream. It's, like, it's a surprise to everybody that this synergy isn't there. And Frolova is one of the three heavy... Sorry, there's only 2 heavy attack damage buffers in the game. It's her and Mortifi. And so for one of the heavy attack damage buffers, Augusta deletes a part of their kit. I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel like this was something that probably should have been communicated to like a slight degree, because this came as a surprise to so many people. I actually thought it was a bug. In this entire kit description, across this entire thing, and this is probably why I didn't recognize it was even in there, you have 1 paragraph telling you about this. So I guess it was communicated, but it was not communicated well at all. She deletes Chacona too. She deletes a couple of things from the battlefield, which is like, I don't know, like maybe that's something worth mentioning when these characters are supposed to, like, most would assume they would work together. Augusta's Echo skill even has like 2 casts. I know Echo skills of the same name don't count, but her Echo skill has an 8-second cooldown too, with 2 separate casts, so she's like almost expected.
Maybe you should be playing understanding. Yeah, it might not have been communicated visually to you, but it was communicated in the kit. The same line that you're trying to go ahead and utilize, oh, it ends environmental and such and all this, it was already communicated. It's just that you misunderstood it. And then when you actually play the character, you know, you're surprised. Could they have did better on a live stream and stuff like this to showcase it? I do agree. Okay, they could have done that. But at the same point in time, I think that those live streams are made to give you pertinent information as fast as possible and not to take up as much time as you like. It's like a game like Guilty Gear, I like to use all the time. They'll show you the character's kit, but they're not going to show you the character's shortcuts, and they're not going to show you exactly every single aspect of what the alt and whatever button does. That's for you to figure out and for you to basically create your own strategies. It's for you to create your own personal aesthetic. So, yeah, it was stated. It was in the pre-release information. It was in the beta. It's just that you didn't understand it. Could Kuro have did a better job of communicating that, hey, look, this will delete, like, you know, other characters' coordinated attacks, alts or something? Yeah. But once you figure it out, I mean, you figure it out. Welcome to the world of game development, where game developers forget to tell you some of them what they think is the most minor thing there is, which turns out in your world is the biggest thing.
To be using them more frequently. So it's like almost all the pieces are there for you to imagine that the synergy is there. It's not mentioned at all in any situation, no live stream, and then it's in one fucking random paragraph in the middle of her liberation. There was a better way to communicate this. There was a better way to fix all the bugs that were in the 2.6 beta. There was a better way for this patch to actually release. And right now, this update, version 2.6, might be one of, if not like the worst when it comes to like the overall quality of the game as it's released, because the number of changes being this long is insane. It is nuts that this is what the day one changelog is looking like, because all of these updates look like shit that should have been settled in the first week of the beta. But you want to know what all the fucking beta testers were doing instead? They're probably just too busy looking at fucking feet the entire time. This is probably what all the fucking beta testers did. They're probably just in here like this. This is all they're doing. Get a new team. Get new people. Nobody did their job. I bet if you had like some sort of remote camera application that was recording their gameplay, this is all you're seeing. Fuck whimpering waste runs. Fuck TOA clears. Fuck the holograms. This is what they were doing instead. Absolute bums.
Yeah, you're right. You're 100% right. You need to come back to ZZZ because at least our beta testers actually play the game.
I know they're not getting paid, but they're still paycheck thieves. Figure it out, Kuro. You gotta figure this shit out. Somebody somewhere needs like a strict reevaluation. Somebody needs to be told to like actually do their fucking job, because right now, the state of all this, whatever it is, the game cannot just keep launching with literally game-breaking fucking bugs that make characters unusable in endgame modes. And you want to know the worst part about all of this? You want to see the game mode that was impacting the most, Whimpering Waste? You want to know when the reset of WUWA is? It's in 2 days for some regions and 2.5 days in others. Guys, when Augusta released, there were 3 days left. And so 1 out of those 3 days, she was not playable. For 33% time that Augusta's been available for this reset, she was not playable. That doesn't sound very good now, does it? That sounds...
But the bug's still not fixed. Wait. I'm confused here now. Because even on the thing, it still hasn't been quote-unquote fixed for Whimpering Waste with the time freeze. And you're making it sound like it's fixed. But it's not been fixed yet. None's changed. I'm confused here. I'm actually confused here. Like, they're still in the Discord talking about it right now. And asking, has it been fixed? And everybody said, no, not yet. That the only thing that's been stated is that we are aware of known issues and we're looking at fixing them. That's the last statement that's happened. When did this come out? 3 hours ago. I'm confused.
That sounds pretty bad to have 33% fucking downtime for a unit. And that sort of shit just shouldn't even be happening in the first place. Because if a single one of the beta testers had taken her into Whimpering Waste, they would have clearly seen there was a problem. And nobody did. Not even one. Not even one fucking person even tried it. Are you lazy? Are you stupid? What is it? How does not even a single person even try out the new character in one of the endgame modes? I'm dumbfounded. I'm baffled. This is something I would expect out of Hoyo. I'm gonna be real over here. This would be like some shit that I would expect out of a Hoyoverse update. It's kind of disappointing. So yeah, I'm just hoping this dumb shit never happens again because it's just embarrassing. It's legitimately embarrassing. Something this obvious going completely missed. As you can tell, there's a lot of stuff I'm not particularly happy with in this update, and it's all up to like Q&A and polish. It's not even like the character designs, all of that. But this is the thing. This is the last thing that I'll end on over here. And this is kind of like coming up off the back of my kit review video. This character sequence nodes are fucking stupid. And I'm pretty sure they got feedback over the design of these sequence nodes in the beta as well. So I'm going to be honest with you guys. Whoever gave feedback on this character's kit, fire them too. Do not bring them back. Because this is possibly the worst sequence node design I have ever seen in the history of the game.
I don't think it's the worst. I think it's funny that Resonators with a team of 10 stag blessings gain an additional 4% to all damage application. That's fucking fine.
If you're going to be making...
What's wrong with that? Like, all you just did with that sequence right there is you just made Augusta go from an additional 40% damage amplification to 80%. That sequence node is for Augusta.
Bug fixes for the
That's not the one I thought he was going to talk about.
Bug fixes for all the other stuff in the update.
This is not the one I thought he was going to talk about. Why is he talking about? This is a good one. This is a damn good one. Why are we talking about? Why is he having a problem with this?
Put a bug fix for these nodes too. This S2 works on one character in the game, Augusta. A unit's S2 works on only one character in the game, a sub-DPS's S2. Yes, I know this works on her. True. But this is meant to be a team buff. And this buff only works on one player. And this sequence node only works on this one specific buff that works.
Because they're two characters that work together. And it's not saying that in the future we're not going to get a Resonator that gains a shield. Right now, all the older units, none of them are going to work except maybe like Jianshin or Tao Chi, but they're fucked. You're not going to use that shit. But doesn't say that there's not going to be another character like Augusta that's going to provide a shield on top of them, and then boom, you can be able to use it with this character. There's nothing wrong with this sequence. It's two other sequences in here that is a problem.
saw one specific other unit.
I'm hoping
what
to cover.
Dog shit design even is that?
I'm hoping to cover the other two sequences.
Who designed this one? And who like? Surely, if the testers were human, they would have said this is fucking awful. And then they have this.
No,
shit
it's good.
S4 gives a shield to the entire.
There it is. There it is. There it is. That's the one that I wanted to see who's going to talk about. The one where it's for co-op. It's the co-op sequence.
Entire team, and this blessing requires you to stack a shield 10 times. What? She already heals. This character already heals. And so you give her like a baby shield on top of the sustain she already has? I'm going to be honest.
No, you're missing it. She grants a shield of 160% to the resonators in the team for 30 seconds, which cannot be passed on to the incoming resonator. It means that you have to be playing co-op. The fucking goddamn character actually has to already be on the screen. Like, not to the next character coming in. They have to be on there. So the only other person I could think of in the sense for this that could be possibly utilizing something like this maybe would be like Furlova. Like, Furlova is technically on the screen while you're playing. Maybe Lupa as well. That's about it. They're going to gain a fucking shield that's 160%. But what it's really designed for is if you got concurrent characters on the screen. So if I go play with you, you're Moon Girl, I play fucking GN, you pass me a shield that's equal to 160% of your attack while I'm on the field. But if you're playing single player and you're going to switch to the next character, this sequence is completely fucking useless.
What even happened here? You have a fucked up kit design, and then this is the version that's released with the most bugs ever that are like actually game breaking. I actually want this unit to get changes before she releases. I would love to see this unit get some changes, like an actual fucking beta test for this version to begin. Because as far as I'm concerned, when testers were testing out this unit, they didn't even look at this. They probably don't even know this page exists. Because how the fuck does shit like this even get to live? What's even going on? That's just that. Maybe this is like a public cry for help, but like the quality in this version is like literally steps below so many of the other ones that have released. I think somebody somewhere phoned it in for this 2.6 update, and that's crazy because this update should have been a lot better than what it is right now. I know I'm a little bit animated for this, but that's because I actually care. And I think you definitely do have a reason to not be happy, be a little bit pissed when basic shit like this is the stuff that's getting fucked up. This is the result of people being lazy, not doing their fucking job, not doing what's asked of them. And I guess in a sense, it's on Kuro as well for recruiting people like that for their fucking test. At the very
And you should also add that it's also Tencent's fault because they put 51% shares into Kuro Games to allow Kuro Games to start becoming Baby Hoyoverse.
At least go pay people at a baseline so they can at least do like the bare minimum testing, because that wasn't done here. It's a fuck up on all sides. I think the anger is warranted personally. I've never seen this many errors before in the game. I honestly think this is but probably not comparable to launch, but there are some aspects of it that get there. Imagine a character not being tested in an endgame mode a single time. Couldn't be me. That'll be that. Let me know what you all thought. Peace.
Okay. So, to tell you what my thought pattern is and everything else, there's a lot of shit that's in this beta that, like, I feel like, you know, this first part right here that he talks about, where they talk about, you know, the whimpering wasting. I'm going to be honest. I feel like this was actually an attempt. It was an attempt. But I think a lot of people don't like it because, you know, you want the enemies to spawn. You want to keep killing things. I think this was actually intended on how the character was supposed to be utilized. And because the feedback behind it is going to get changed. That's 100% what I think. I think 100% it's going to get fixed. But I do feel that it was an intended platform. Now, when it comes to the second part that he talks about, this is a comprehension issue. Okay? performing environmental gameplay or other interactions in Sworn Alliance without triggering Sublime Stun State Everbright Protector. Okay? This one paragraph that he's talking about, or one sentence, one line, or whatever you want to call it, my only problem in this entire video about this is the fact that he read this. And he's claiming that this right here, in the very beginning, this is to you, Gamer Hammer. My entire problem is what he made an assumption on. Right?
That is like still completely fucking up this Augusta
He's claiming that this is a bug. Okay?
unit.
But
Let's
listen to what he
just take a
says.
look over here. Oh, sorry. It's not a bug anymore. I guess they added this to her kit. That wasn't in her pre-release fucking documents. Apparently.
So, that is the line that he used that I'm going to say that this is a comprehension issue, okay? It doesn't read correct, okay? I agree with this. It is very, very weirdly communicated. However, he claims that he understands this in this video that he's making. That he understands, and he's trying to make it seem like they just added this in here. That it wasn't in no previous iterations of the story. There was not in the story, previous iterations of documentation or anything provided by Kuro Games to us to let us know that this even existed. Well, looking at the beta all the way to release, it was in there. That's number one. Number two, just admit that you didn't understand it. Because even in the documentation that this was 6 days ago, this is 4 hours ago now, he read it. He read it, he misinterpreted it, because it does sound like that. But you're trying to make a claim that Kuro never published this. That they just added it into the game and you're surprised. When clearly the reason why you're surprised is you didn't understand what it meant. Even I would have not understand what it meant. Even you probably wouldn't understand what it meant. You're making the statement that they just added it, like, in the patch. Like, oh, now it's here. It wasn't here before. Well, no, it's been there since its release. It's been there since beta. It's just that it's very hard to construct what it's stating. Okay? Now, getting on to the next part of all this with the sequence nodes and everything. This right here, a summon to, when it comes down to it, regardless of whatever you believe, this character's kit of what it is already is with Augusta, this character is made for Augusta. All this is going to do is going to give Augusta an 80% damage amplification. Yes, this sequence node is not a generalized sequence node, but look, Gabimaru was even talking about this earlier when we watched this video. WUWA is going down the path to where generalization of units is kind of going bye-bye. And they're looking at pushing more team-based to where you're going to need certain units for certain things. So here, if you don't have an Augusta, there is no point, really, to get a Sequence 2 in here if you're looking at a Sequence 2, because this is for Augusta. It's that fucking other sequence that he talks about, that 100%, this one right here. This is funny. This is fucking funny. This is co-op sequence. This is useless. 100% fucking useless. Because there's not even, unless this is for future purposes to where we're actually going to be able to fucking do like tactical holograms or bigger events that's actually challenging, that people are going to want to network co-op. This is for co-op because, again, casting this grants a shield that is 160% of the Moon Girl's fucking attack here to all resonators on the team for 30 seconds. They have to be already on the field. That's co-op. That's what that means. Maybe Furlova, maybe Lupa, but that would be still fucking useless in that regards. However, if you're a single player and you swap over to another character, the shield goes bye-bye. It cannot be passed on to an incoming resonator. It's a completely... This sequence, 100%, is fucking hilarious. You're paying to buff a co-op team. The only good thing about this is like if you remember back in 1.3 or whatever when we had to fight the actual big bosses and everything in that little mini co-op event where we could bring 3 people in and we can keep fighting all together. The only good thing about this is that when you got a person who's joining your team that's like you're level 90, you got this one person who's joining you at level 40, I could just guarantee I give them a fucking shield that's 160% to my attack, okay? I can fucking protect them because they're already fucking useless. I just don't want them to fucking die. That's all that's there for. Otherwise than that, this is my only complaints in it. I mean, 2.6 has its issues. I think Kuro Games needs to legitimately, yes, they need to fire the beta testers. I've been saying this for a long time. They need to fire the beta testers. And mainly this would also help with the other issue with leaks. I think that Kuro Games needs to fire the beta testers, say fuck anyone outside the company, and with 10 cents money, go hire a staff of like 20 people that are just gamers and tell them to come into the office and play the game in the office and only do it in the office. Because first and foremost, you get to watch them. And you get to make sure they're not looking at feet and all that shit. And they're actually beta testing. Right? As well as B, when it comes down to leaks, if leaks happen, then you know it's one of those 20 that fucking did it. And you know you have them cornered to where you can truly go ahead and get them arrested for corporate espionage. So, that's my thoughts. Whether you believe it, whether it's good, whether it's bad, that's my takes. I don't think St. I think St. Tonas did really well here. Honestly, I think this was a very justifiable, to a certain extent, of criticisms to WUWA that was needed. I think some things are a little bit of, exaggerated. It was exaggerated to a certain degree. But otherwise than that, I give him props. I give the video a 7 out of 10. So, until next time, take it easy. Keep it real. Keep it classy. Always keep it jazzy. And yeah, that's it for me. Fox, this is the only way gets that also gives. Yeah, but they have to be already on the field. If you're talking about the sequence node, that sequence node is useless. This fucking sequence node is fucking absolutely trash. Because it doesn't pass on to the incoming resonator. It's fucking trash. This is absolutely a trash fucking sequence. I looked at this shit yesterday. I laughed at this. I was like, who the fuck I asked the question, do people actually play this co-op? Do people actually play Weather Waves Online with other people? And my chat actually right here, the chat actually said, yeah, people fucking do. Yeah, they do. I'm like, so you're telling me that there's people who play it online? Because last time I remember Weather and Waves and people playing this game, hardly anyone I knew plays this shit network-wise. Like, even going in and going to do like the things you can do network-wise, like all the matchmaking, no one's fucking doing matchmaking on. They all have single player. There's no emphasis. There's no keen factor of like, I should network play. Like, co-op is completely useless in this game. You can't even do the story co-op. The only thing you're going to do in co-op is go farming echoes. That's it. You're going farming materials. That's all co-op is for. And it's kind of fucking stupid. Like, one thing that WUWA should be having is co-op, like tactical holograms, special events. That is all co-op. That you go in, that we both get the rewards, we both get the challenge, we both fight a boss together. You remember, what was it? the Virtual Crisis gameplay, that event, where, you know, you had like 2 bosses on your ass and shit, that could have been co-op. That would have been fun. Like, again, this fucking shit makes absolutely no sense. It's like I love it with these kits, with all these GaChA kits, that there is one thing that's special in all these kits that I love. Every single one of them that I've played, and I looked at the sequences or the mindscapes or whatever you want to call them. I love it when the GaChA companies sells basically anti-interruption. Like when you start reading that these sequences have anti-interruption, it's like, oh god, that's so fucking hilarious. That anti-interruption is actually a fucking sequence. It's fucking hilarious. What's up, Frosty? But yeah, I like, this is one time I'm gonna say, like, Satonis is not 100% wrong. The way he's delivering a message for some of this shit is wrong. Okay? There's things that he is spreading that is not facts, that he's trying to claim as facts in the video, like the beta testers and everything. Dude, we don't know if the beta testers did not report it or not. Show me evidence. Don't say the beta testers weren't doing their jobs. For all we know, they could have done it, and the developers who was in charge of this waited to the last second to start fixing it. There could be other reasonings. We don't know that as a factual statement, okay? But I do agree that the beta testers should be fired. Not for lack of, you know, bullshit of, oh, they're not doing their job. It's for the ability of, with all the leaks and shit going in, the best way to solving the leak problem with all these GaChA companies is hire an internal team. Fuck giving out beta testing. Just do it internally and make it to where if a leak comes out, guess what? You 100% know it's one of your interns. You 100% know it's one of the employees that you fucking hired that released that fucking information. So at that fucking point in time, what do? You call the cops, you interview them all, and you fucking have security cameras, everything all over the place, and you find out who it is, and you put them in fucking jail. You just solved the problem. Fuck doing all these global testing and all this other shit with random people outside the company and not paying them. You got Tense's fucking cash flow behind you. I'm sure you can afford to pay an extra 10, 20 fucking people to be internally inside of Kuro Games testing this shit. On a definite hiatus. Tech Man. Who the fuck is Tech Man? Who the Tech Man? Some English presentation? Tech Dong? Who the fuck is Tech Dong? Oh, Tech Tone. Oh. Yeah, I was fucking with y'all guys right there. I was just going to type in random fucking names until someone said Tech Tone. If y'all would have kept going like Tech Dick, Tech Shit, whatever, I would have gone in. He's on a definite hiatus? Did he make a video about it or some shit? Did he post it on like fucking Twitter or some shit? Oh, he's a Twitter whore, so yeah, he probably put it on Twitter. Nothing wrong with being a Twitter whore, by the way. Oh, what happened? This is interesting. This is actually very interesting. The reason why it's interesting, right? I'll say it like this. The reason why this is actually interesting is that I want to believe it. I actually kind of want to fucking believe it. Hold on, I want to do something. I want to see if something happens here. All right. So let's just let ChatGPT be the fucking quote unquote fucking therapist for this fucking chat right now. Okay. We do everything in ChatGPT. So anger and irritability. They openly admit to being angry every day, crashing out over and over, but this suggests high irritability. It's likely tied to stress, burnout, or unresolved issues. Frustration, confusion. The fact that they can't explain why they are angry is creating more frustration. Not being able to name the source of emotion, identify distresses. Resentment and fear, loss of control. Their worry about resentment will guide them, showing awareness that unchecked emotions are influencing their behavior in ways they don't want. Hopelessness creeping in. I see where I'm heading and I don't like it all. This shows dread, fear, worsening of mental health or self-destruction. Thought patterns, self-aware, coping, they're taking a break. Underlying cause possibility. Burnout. Streaming content grind often leads to emotional depletion, irritability, and lack of joy. Product stress, waiting for the date to get closer, but stress could also mean external life thing. Court, job, release, or personal obligations. This is anticipation of amplifying their tension. Identity and expectation pressure. The need for transparency plus pressure from an audience or thing is compounding feelings of failure or inadequacy. Oh, shit. Interpretation. This statement sounds like someone hitting a burnout wall, where the constant output of pressure and unresolved internal stress is built up anger and emotional velocity. The clouded mind, unexplained anger suggests anxiety, stress, fatigue, possible thing. The positive takeaway is that they're self-aware and willing to take a step back and pushing themselves from break. He probably got swatted again. Something happened. I feel like reading this, something happened. Like, Tectone likes to be the person that, I'm not a pussy. Well, I feel like, it's not being a pussy, but more in line that is like him not getting an answer he wants. Let me put it that way. Something happened and he's not getting an answer he wants. That's what I feel. It's something to do, I think, with his fucking ex-girlfriend, the date or whatever. He's just waiting until he can release that information. It is what it is. It is what the fuck it is. I really don't mind or anything with Tectone. Don't care. Dude does what the dude does, right? I'm perfectly fine with that. Oh, what's this?
My fellow flames, welcome back.
Who the fuck is this sexy ass fucking bastard? What Marvel movie did he come from? All right, let's see what more movie this guy come from.
Welcome back to another Wuthering Waves video. My name is Amethyst, and today we're going to be going over my thoughts and feelings on the Wuthering Waves 2.6 story. What I liked, what I didn't like, did I think it was good, did I think it was doggy doo-doo? We're going to be discussing all of that today. So if you enjoy this video, hit that like, comment down below, and subscribe if you are new. Without further ado, let's get into this. So, what did I think
I was subscribed to him, so
Waves 2.6 story? Well, I gotta be honest with you. It's the biggest piece of dog shit I think I've ever played in my life. I think it was I'm joking. I think the Wuthering Waves 2.6 story is a decent story with a lot of flaws. I think it's a good story, but it does lack in a lot of areas, and I think pacing is one of them. I think there was a lot of good elements about the story.
What I've been saying about Wuthering Waves since the fucking dawn of day. WUWA has an issue with what? Pacing.
And a lot of bad. The story started off very strong. We go to the chamber of Augusta, where she has a big iron throne, badass, really, really cool setting. You really feel the energy, you feel the presence of Augusta, and immediately you're thrown into action because she actually tests your strength by attacking you and basically challenging you to see how strong you really are. And then she explains about the hunt and explaining what she's planning and explaining what she wants you to do with her. Essentially, a great hunt that happens every couple of generations where you push back the forces of the dark tide to stop it from spreading. And she invites you along with her. And let me tell you, the first 30 minutes of the story is amazing. It perfectly sets up the narrative and the events of the rest of the story, and I was hooked immediately. I wanted to know what was going to happen within this story within the first 20 to 30 minutes.
Can I ask a question for anyone who did the story? There's one problem I got. Was Furlova ever mentioned, at least for like 15 minutes to, you know, because I kind of feel like how the way Furlova's story ended, that there still should have been a continuation to it, at least to some certain degree. Did she at least get that fucking justification? So basically, no. So basically, what ended up happening, Furlova 2.5, she fucking dies. You come into fucking 2.6, and then boom. Yeah. So weren't you with Furlova? Who's Furlova? That's what y'all telling me.
I was like, this is a perfect setup. I'm here for it. Action, introduction to characters almost immediately. Everything is getting set up for a grand battle against the Dark Tide. We're ready to go on this hunt with Augusta, and it was amazing. You also get introduced to, is it Viridius? Or basically another character, I forgot his name. I shouldn't have forgotten his name. There's a character that was essentially designed to be the perfect 4-star character that isn't a 4-star character, that Kuro add him as a 4-star character. I forgot his name. Is it Viridius? Or there's like there is a character. You guys know exactly what I'm talking about.
Wait, go back.
He was Viridius or...
Why does it look like that fucking blonde-haired kid from fucking My Hero Academia? You want that as a 4-star? Okay.
Well, there is a character. You guys know exactly what I'm talking about. He was perfect in this story. He was set up and introduced in one of the most perfect ways there is to introduce a 4-star character, and for some reason he isn't a 4-star character. He wears really detailed armor, his character is built and developed in a very interesting way, and also he's a great descendant of one of the previous heroes of Septimont. So why wouldn't he be a playable character? I can't lie, I'm not too sure. I don't know what Kuro was thinking. This was a missed opportunity for a 4-star character to be on the Augusta banner with Augusta, but I digress. He was a really cool character to be introduced. He's set up in some way to be an antagonist, but he's a very misunderstood character. He's not a bad guy, but everything that you know and Augusta does around this character and the way they explain what he's doing and the way they're suspicious of him basically tells you not to trust him, but he proves himself time and time again to you to trust him. So it's quite funny. I think it's just a rivalry between the three characters of Augusta, Viridius. So I'm going to call him Viridius. He's probably called something else. I don't know why I'm forgetting his name because I loved this guy. He was such a cool character. Very interesting part of the story. A character that actually was hands-on helping you throughout each each part of the story unfolding, and I think he was such a good addition to this story, and I really appreciate this character. Kuro, please make him a 4-star character, because he's just so...
You know the reason why? Then well, we gotta go take a look. We see he's got a picture of him again, right? Let's go back to the picture. Where is the fucking picture is for this shit?
And also, he's a great character. He's a 4-star character. I forgot his name. Is it Viridius?
See. See, we can't make this a 4-star character, sir, because it's a couple of different reasons. Reason number one, it ain't got tits. That ain't gonna sell. And yeah, we might get sued by My Hero Academia. I mean, I'm sorry. Those two look identical to me. And you don't want fucking goddamn My Hero Academia suing you. You know they took down a bunch of Roblox games because of that shit?
First, I hated it. I didn't like it. I thought she was a bitch. I thought she was typical mean girls aspect characters, and I don't like those mean girl characters. I cannot stand them, okay? I was bullied in school by these mean girl types. So immediately, when I see a mean girl, I want...
You were bullied by the mean girls? Are you sure, sir? Sir, the accent, the look, the muscles. You sure you were bullied by the mean girls? Not assaulted? Used? You know, maybe a couple of condoms had some holes in it? Just saying.
Tell them to fuck off. But over time, I figured out, and they showed, she isn't a mean girl type. She isn't a bitch. She's just being very flirtatious and very teasy. And you know what? I'm here for it. She was teasing you. She was flirting with you. She was basically keeping you on your toes. And she was doing it in a very caring way. At first, I didn't see that, but over time, very quickly over time, I realized what she was doing. So I grew attached to Yuno. There's also a point where you, Augusta, and...
I'm sorry. This guy creeps me out. Like, he legitimately is creeping me the fuck out right now. And there's a reason why. There's a fucking reason why. I gotta look at this. Ugh. It's fucking Ezio Auditore, or it's the other guy. Oh my god. No, it's not Ezio. This is not fucking Ezio. This is Luis from fucking RE4 original. Alright. I need to donate to this man. I need to send him some fucking money because I need him to do me a favor.
Leon! Small world, eh? Well, I see that the president's equipped his daughter with ballistics, too.
How rude!
basically trapped this big like T-Rex looking monster. That was the first part of the story, right? Which was very, very good. The chase of this big Tyrannus Tacit Discord all the way up to a certain point was really, 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 really cool. This Tacit Discord was insane. Essentially, you're chasing this big Tyrannosaurus Rex like Tacit Discord as it causes havoc and wreaks havoc throughout this area of Septimont, as it's basically causing a lot of the effects that's happening in this area. So your job is to take these gem-like things, place them in these pedestals, and it clears the dark tide, clears away the high tide, and it pushes back this Tyrannus thing. It's a very powerful Tacit Discord, and this is what the hunt is about. The hunt is pushing back this particular Tacit Discord to a certain point, taking it down, trapping it, and eradicating everything that's going on. When you get there, when you get to where you're about to take it down, something happens that Augusta, us as the main character, could not perceive to happen. Essentially, the trap was a trap. Our trap was a trap by the dark tide. We get there, we take down Tyrannus, we're about to finish it off, but then the false sovereign appears earlier than expected and absorbs Tyrannus, and then causes all of us to go into some really intense, manipulative, like, trance, and gets plunged down in a dark vision, where she starts to get swallowed up by the dark tide. We as the rover basically bring her out of this vision, but we don't know what the hell's going on. We're like, hold on a minute, the false sovereigns appeared sooner than expected, and everyone basically gets bodied. However, Augusta goes in, pushes it back a little bit, it retreats, and then our job is to find the false sovereign, because the false sovereign is basically the big bad of this patch. We thought it was Tyrannus, but Tyrannus was the mere prologue, the intro to what this bigger narrative was going to be. So essentially what the false sovereign is, it's a humanoid embodiment of the dark tide. So obviously in the past we had the influence of the Leviathan Thronodian taking on different forms, Lady of the Sea. We fought her when she took over and was possessing Fleur-de-Lis, but in this sense the dark tide has humanized itself and basically become this humanoid body of the false sovereign. One of the best boss designs ever. Over the moon happy about this. We chase this thing after a little bit of discussion with Yuno. We get to know Yuno as a character. Very, 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 very good little aspect. Now this is where the story slows down, because once we've got over the false sovereign introduction, once we defeat the Tyrannus Tacit Discord, the T-Rex Tacit Discord, and we talk to Yuno.
Can I be honest here? This guy actually deserves more fucking subs and more fucking views, because, like, straight up, the way he is talking is so energetic that I don't even think I need a fucking energy drink. I could just fucking listen to this guy's voice all day and go to the fucking gym and get pumped.
And we basically go to this camp. We then go, I forgot the name of the town. There's like a remnant area of a town that used to stand tall. Basically Augusta's hometown, where she's from. When we get there, the story slows
tell him I want his babies.
And by dramatically, I mean we're talking HSR, Genshin Impact kind of dramatic. For the next 30 to 40 minutes, it literally is all lore, but it's not showing us the lore. We have to go through dialogue upon dialogue upon dialogue upon dialogue to figure out what the hell happened to this town and city, what the hell happened to Augusta. We figure out that Augusta had a childhood friend called Angel, which is a huge key component to the future of the Wuthering Waves story, because Angel, basically, we figured out that Angel possessed the power to eradicate the dark tide, because the dark tide was hunting her. Originally we thought the dark tide, when it was taking over this town, this city where Augusta and Angel grew up, the dark tide was hunting and tracking down powerful beings, powerful resonators, to take over, corrupt, and bring over to the dark tide side. Okay, and we hear this in the voices of the dark tide actually whisper and speak to Augusta, but we find out that the Dark Tide wasn't after Augusta, because Augusta had the power of will. She is a Green Lantern. Her willpower is so strong that a Green Lantern ring would come from the universe and basically choose her to become a part of the Green Lantern Corps. However, her resonance ability, which is magnetism, is very weak. And so the Dark Tide sees her as unworthy, weak, pathetic, so it ignores her. And it goes towards Angel. Now, the story tells us that Angel dies. Essentially, it's alluded to the fact that she disappeared or she died. She's not dead. She's not dead at all. Because, by the way, spoiler alert, Angel is Galbrina. Angel is Galbrina, which is insane. Everything that is set up through this story is setting up Galbrina's part, is setting up Galbrina's role in the story. Angel, the NPC, the childhood friend of Augusta, is basically being introduced as a resonator who was awakened to take down the Dark Tide. Angel goes missing. We don't know what happened to Angel within the story. She disappears. But then I think it's all but confirmed that Angel is in fact Galbrina, because she disappears, and then when she returns, she has a shadowy figure, which basically is like her assistant. And you remember the trailer where she's like, "Oh, what target are we hunting this time?" And then she's like, "The Threnodian." Yeah, that's Angel. Spoiler alert / not spoiler alert. That's Angel. But then that 30 to 40 minute segment, I enjoyed. But my god, did it drag. It had severe pacing issues. This story had severe pacing issues. The first half, the first part of the story, it's like the first third of the story, amazing. Oh my god, it was perfect. The second third dragged on like a snail. Honestly, I was getting tired of this. Lore drops, really cool. There were some really good moments, but it dragged on. And then we had the final third, the final act of this story, which was peak Wuthering Waves storytelling, by the way. Absolute peak. So, after we figure out everything that went on with Augusta's past, everything with the Dark Tide, everything with Angel, we then find the false sovereign. We finally find the false sovereign. We take down the false sovereign in one of the most epic final battles I think I've seen in Wuthering Waves. But before that, I just want to make a few honorable mentions. Bu Ling is a part of the Black Shores. Bu Ling is reintroduced in this story. And you know what? This made me like Bu Ling a lot more. So if Bu Ling is introduced as a 4-star resonator, I'm going to be quite happy if I summon for whatever character is going to, whether it's Kwai Young, whether it's Galbrina, whatever. When those two resonators come, those two 5-star resonators return, I hope Bu Ling's a 4-star on one of these banners, because you know what? Bu Ling actually had a pivotal moment within the story, because she is a consultant, she is an agent of the Black Shores, and she helps you figure out where the false sovereign is, where do you have to go next. She is so intelligent, she is so smart. She's essentially the Barbara Gordon. She's Barbara Gordon from Batman, and if you know Barbara, like the Overwatch person, where she does all the tinkering and does all like, oh, Batman go here, Batman go there, Batman I know where this is. She's basically that. She is so badass. So cool. I was hooked. I actually was really hooked. I thought her involvement in the story was really cool. Some people probably found her like annoying. I found her very endearing and very funny.
This guy deserves
anyway
a lot.
We go and find the false sovereign thanks to Bu Ling. And essentially, we find the false sovereign.
I'm not gonna fucking lie. Like, this man he's making me want to get up, get off the fucking stream, and go to the gym and get pumped. Like, the voice is so energetic. Well, he doesn't have a thing to do that. Like, holy shit. Okay, guys, time for y'all to get pregnant. Each and every one of y'all needs to go to this video and go be like, and go call him daddy. Just go ahead and call him daddy.
We fight the false sovereign. the false sovereign basically takes out almost every single fucking person that basically has come together. We, as a group, as the Hunt, have come together to fight against the false sovereign. The false sovereign bodies us all. Bodies us all. But then, that 4-star resonator, that isn't a 4-star resonator. The guy that, the Viridius, whatever his name is, he has a star shining moment where he also contributes to fighting against the false sovereign. He was such a good character in this, honestly. Honestly, this isn't an in-depth review. This is like brief moments of what happened, but I'm going to touch on everything that I can remember off like the top of my head. He had such a good moment in this, man. And honestly, he should have been a 4-star character. Everything from his armor, everything from his personality, his involvement with the story. It's kind of stupid that he isn't a 4-star character, but it was so cool. Everything about this segment was so cool. The false sovereign basically bodies all of us. It then retreats. After it's weakened, it retreats. We follow it. Us as the main character and Augusta follow it. We then go toe to toe with Augusta. We figure out, we track down where the false sovereign is. We found its location. And then Augusta's like, I am too weak to take on the false sovereign, but you, Rover, you could be the key to everything. So we go 1v1 toe to toe with Augusta, and Augusta's actually a pretty difficult boss fight in this. It's not easy. She actually goes pretty insane. She bunkais up and goes full power, nothing held back. We have to 1v1 Augusta in one of the most badass fights in Wuthering Waves. Then the whispers start to take over Augusta, and then Augusta figures out that the only way to defeat the Dark Tide, the only way to purify everything, the only way to get the upper hand against the false sovereign was to let the false sovereign take over her body. And then we as the Rover begin to fight the false sovereign. But then while we're fighting the false sovereign on the outside, the inner battle between Augusta and the Dark Tide and the whispers and the everything going on, like the influence of the Dark Tide trying to basically take over Augusta. You can see the inner battle between them in a very nice 2D drawn animated format. They show this perfectly. And then Augusta has one of the best alpha aura farming moments where she basically gives her swords, gives everything to these lost souls, these warriors of Septimon, and she rallies them all together. The power of friendship. And then she full on has one of the biggest all-might moments ever, where she goes, yeah, and punches the Dark Tide. And then we see in a cutscene, her fist comes out of the chest of the false sovereign. She rips herself out of the chest of the false sovereign, and then it's Augusta and Rover versus the false sovereign, and it's one of the most badass. All
right, I'm sorry. Now I gotta see it. I gotta see it. Fuck it. I don't care. I gotta see it.
Where's my sword? Your blood on your flesh.
Alyssa, left with nothing. How wrong you are.
My lady.
People follow.
Allow me to join you.
For it never fails to light their way. This is how I use power. I will show you with my own fist!
That was anticlimactic. That wasn't as cool as it made it sound.
Honor cannot. We meet again, my friend. It's seems my will won't let
The
me
music is great, though.
Side by side. Come, Rover. I've been waiting for this moment.
Wind calls, waves follow.
In one strike.
Where's the boss mechanics at?
Wind calls, waves follow.
Fight by my side. Our blood. Decepticon. My valor never fails. Moments of victory. So, it's finally come to this.
The wicked.
This is my stand tall before the eternal sun. Begins now.
Fight lasts a good bit.
Roars of conquest. Spirits lost to the dark tide. I hear your cries. Join me in battle. Let that force divinity witness what true heroes are. What it means.
The power of friendship. He was not wrong.
We ride with roars.
Every moment is settled. Yet
May applause greet you, heroes of Septimus.
In the storms are tides of blood and sand.
I mean, it's not too fucking bad. It's not too bad.
So last video I made a mod video featuring Movica wearing Augusta's outfit, but unfortunately during that time there was no Augusta wearing Movica's outfit, but now someone went ahead and actually made it themselves. So here it is in 3, 2, 1.
The blade most worn is often the
Did they buff her Bobas? Oh my gosh, they did buff her Bobas. Okay, that's a little bit wait. Did they buff her?
They gave her an ass.
Oh, the Griffin's here. Hello there. Oh. Did he just poke your... Does it look good because of Movica's outfit, or does it look good because it's Augusta wearing it?
This is honestly the perfect combination. That's actually the most perfect combination.
All right, perfect. Everything is going all according to plan. All Vivian has to do is cut the power, and the limited edition Game Boy SP is all mine.
The treasure should just be around here.
Excuse me. Might I inquire who you are?
My name's Joker. I'm with the Phantom Thieves.
Joker? So you're an illegal, are you? And did you just say Phantom Thieves?
That's right. The Phantom Thieves of Hearts.
Imposter. We are the real Phantom Thieves. I am Hugo of the Mockingbirds.
All right, Hugo. Tell me, who shows up first when you type in The Phantom Thieves into Google search engine? That's right. Me. So, who go fuck yourself?
Don't tell me. Are you after the limited edition Game Boy SP2?
What? I don't give a shit about some
Who go fuck
stupid-ass
yourself?
Game Boy. I'm after the real treasure. It's a prototype Bang Boo called the Down Bad Boo.
Down Bad Boo. I've heard rumors that Astra Yao has so many down bad comments that they resorted to sorting them into Bang Boo. But why do you want something as stupid as that? That has no value at all. It's not even limited edition. You might as well just screenshot the comment section on an Ellen Joe AI video. And you call yourself a phantom thief. Preposterous.
The only one being preposterous is you.
Joker, what's the holdup? And who the hell are you?
What's this? Your little cat mascot?
Look, Buster, I don't know who you are, but you are already getting on my nerves. I am not a cat. I identify as a human.
Yeah, and I identify as a phantom thief. Anyway, this is Hugo, and he's claiming he's a phantom thief.
Oh, he is. Is he? Well, Hugo, fuck yourself, Hugo. Because we are all out of spots in our Phantom Thief Brigade.
Yeah. We also have our own GaChA system. See, we even have our own app.
My, how delusional can you two be? You insist on being phantom thieves, yet the only way you get any heists at all is through an app on your phone? What kind of plot is that? Second, the expression is, you can go fuck yourself. Using my name, Hugo, doesn't even work in that ridiculous pun of yours. You two are complete buffoons, imbeciles, dimwits, I say. I've had quite enough of this exchange of brain-rotted dialogue. Good day to you, copycats. May we meet never again.
Damn, he got you good with that one, Morgana.
Man, shut the fuck up, Joker.
Okay. 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 Oh. Oh no. Degen King. Oh no. Fuck.
Why so angry? Is it that time of the month? Hey, your foot.
Is something wrong with it?
No, I like that you're crushing my foot.
Sup?
Sup?
Wait, you can see me.
Oh, I can see you. I can see all of you.
I bet you're thinking naughty thoughts right now.
Yeah, and they're 100 times naughtier than what you would imagine.
You better not peek.
No need to fret. I could easily fill up 3 times just from hearing the shower.
Why don't we kiss?
Are you sexually frustrated?
You some kind of perv?
Yes.
What exactly are you hiding?
I've actually been enjoying this view of your legs this whole time.
I'll stay here and help you study.
If you teach me while dressed as a bunny girl, I'll work extra hard.
I'm getting dressed at the moment.
Would you mind describing that to me in complete detail?
Are you considering what career you want to pursue?
Yes, I want to be your husband someday.
You think of this one?
I don't have interest in getting excited over excessive padding.
Aren't you the least bit curious as to why I'm dressed like this?
A cute girl in a bunny outfit is standing before me. I'm not gonna question why. I'm just gonna thank God it happened.
Sorry to disappoint, but I don't wear aprons.
What?
I guess I could make an exception.
It'd be nice if you wore nothing underneath.
I brought you a thank you gift.
Why canned peaches? 'Cause they're like your butt?
Why do you always have to come and talk to me while I'm in the middle of bathing?
It's because I get excited that there's nothing but a door between me and a naked woman.
Did you figure something out?
Yeah, that when you take your clothes off, you're really something.
This is great! What the heck? This beach is the best!
Yeah, it is indeed the best.
Why do you keep staring at my legs?
They're awesome. I wish they'd sandwich me. Let me make it clear, I mean my face.
Perv. You say that like it's an insult.
I'm getting screwed all the time? Give me a break. I am a virgin!
That's fucking hilarious. I'm not gonna lie, that was actually kind of funny. Any other fucking GaChA fucking drama bullshit. Let's look at the Minato shit.
Drama is insane. Hey guys, it's me, Box2, and today I am bringing you guys another delicious plate of sloppy GaChA game drama. And on today's episode, we have a Zenless Zone Zero drama. Anyways, here is some background context before we start. Zenless Zone Zero, as we all know, is a game about gooning. No, that is not satire, and no, I am not rage baiting. That is simply a fact.
I want mommy. I want milk. I want to be held. I want to be comforted.
Love the kind of woman that can kick my ass. I am willing to bet my entire bloodline that there are more players gooning to the game than actual players playing the game. Anyways, this is where the problem starts. Since the release of Zenless Zone Zero, which was around a year ago, the game has released a total of 38 characters. And here's the kicker. Out of those 38 entire characters, there exists only a grand total of 9 male characters. That is almost a 4-to-1 female to male ratio. And I can tell at a first glance that there is obviously a gooning imbalance going on in this game. There is so much female gooning material.
It was too fast. Red.
But almost no male gooning material, which in turn leaves one side of the community more bitter than the other. And if we are only looking at male characters that are somewhat meta, then there are only 3 of them. So most of the male characters in the game are just less powerful and therefore less fun to use. So pretty much this is the main issue. There is a lack of strong male characters in Zenless Zone Zero, and there's also a lot less male Rue 34s.
How the fuck you know this? How? Hold on, bro. How?
And here is where Kamano Minato comes in. Yo, here's a quick little reminder to like and subscribe if you guys have enjoyed the video so far. I also stream at twitch.tv/box2 every single day. And make sure to check out gamersubs.com. You know, they sell amazing white powder that gives you a lot of energy. And very cool PG cups, you know, just look at them. Use code BOX2 for 10% off your order. Anyways, back to the video. Minato is a big, buff, oily furry that came into the game with the release of version 2.1. As soon as this man walked into the story, he was an instant fan favorite. Walking into the screen with his gigantic fucking biceps, his cheese grater chest, and his nonchalant toothpick. You can see why players all collectively went nuts for this guy. From the moment that he appeared, every single male gooner collectively waited for his banner to go live. They would log in every day, you know, farming their 60 little polychromes daily so they can prepare for Minato's banner. Flash forward, August 22, 2025. The Zenless Zone Zero drip marketing dropped. And with the drip marketing came Lucia, a brand new female character, S rank. Yidhari, another brand new female character, S rank. And Minato, brand new male character, A rank. And this right here triggered a lot of people. Comments were up in flames. Why didn't you just release him in 2.1? Then why all the buildup for an A rank? Rank A Minato. uninstalled. Might as well rename this game to Zenless Zone Zero. I'm not gonna lie, man. This tweet right here, this tweet is funny as fuck. A rank after all this. Kinda hate y'all right now. You introduce a character we haven't met yet as an S rank, but not the one so many people were excited about. Like, I adore Minato, but this is super disappointing. You get the point, you know, people were big mad. And honestly, you know, understandably so. You know, me personally, you know, I don't really care about male characters too much. I just like to goon, you know, I goon to women despite what everyone says. But man, you know, just imagine being a male enjoyer, you know, waiting many months for just one release. Finally, you know, one comes out and he's busty as hell and he's sexy as hell. And it turns out he's just been reduced to an A rank. You know, turned into a side character. Bro probably won't even be usable next week.
I don't want to play with you anymore.
So not only are male enjoyers getting less gooning material than the female enjoyers, but when they finally do get an actual character, he's a shitty A rank. And let's be honest, man, A ranks are just way less fun to use compared to the S ranks. So, you know, that probably doesn't feel too good. And I've done some extra research, you know, I have seen into the dreams, and dude, Minato looks cool as hell. He looks like a GaChA version of Soul Bad Guy from Guilty Gear. And I don't even really play Zenless Zone Zero, and I'm upset that he's not an S rank. Even JP, yeah, Japanese players who are famously known for their super gooning towards female anime characters are a bit upset. These posts right here are all translated from Japanese Twitter. I'm gonna read them out loud. I'm quitting this game because of A rank. Quit on your own accord. Sure, I know that female characters make the GaChA roll more, but when a character I've been waiting for since 2.0 is an A grade, and some random new character snags S grade, it is honestly pretty disheartening. Think about it. Being A grade means that it is easy to fully max out. In other words, it means that you can easily strip it down. This guy right here, he's just horny. You know, I just wanted to add him to the video because, you know, he's honestly such an icon. But yeah, this isn't an exclusive problem just for Zenless Zone Zero. It's actually a pretty common occurrence for many GaChA games. You know, there will always be more female characters than male characters because female characters, let's be honest, they sell better. These companies gotta do what they gotta do to get that bag. You know, if WUWA doesn't get his 10th yacht this month, then he's gonna make a big old fat tantrum. But in all seriousness, you know, it really does suck that there aren't more male characters in GaChA games. Because whenever they do make them, you know, they fucking cook, man. They fucking rock.
And like most dicks, he's hard as a rock and causes nothing but problems. Say hello to Dick.
Finon, Mighty, Brant, Aventurine, Joseph Joestar, Lighter. All incredible designs. But yeah, it sucks, you know, but it is what it is. But don't you worry, Zenless men lovers. You know, I will pray, Box 2, I will pray an S-rank naked male character into existence for you in the next patch. But the only catch is that you'll have to subscribe. Subscribe to the channel and get notifications to all of my content where I will be talking about a variety of GaChA topics and give the best takes known to mankind. I also stream on twitch.tv/box2 at 10 p.m. PST sometimes, so, you know, make sure to come and watch, because if you don't, then I'll get lonely. And when I get lonely, I have pretty bad thoughts. And sometimes those bad thoughts lead me into doing pretty bad things. So yeah, come watch if you guys can. Anyways, thank you guys for watching, man. I will be talking about a variety of GaChA topics, and the catch is that you'll have to subscribe. Subscribe to the channel.
How the fuck did he do that? Is that a new YouTube feature? Because look at the subscribe button. Look at the subscribe button right here.
Into existence for you in the next patch. But the only catch is that you'll have to subscribe. Subscribe!
It light up. When he said subscribe, it lights up now. The fuck? When the fuck did that shit happen? That's the first time I'm seeing it. Alrighty. I think I might just go ahead and call it early. What the wait, maybe not. Hold on.
Interesting prawn here. What's going on? Are you talking about some prawn? This isn't no prawn. Here, let me. All right. I guess I can. I guess I could rot your brain on what this game has. Okay, buddy.
Okay.
Two.
As I was saying,
I'm watching.
do not kink shame me, sir. Just because I touch my willy to more than half of these female representations. How dare you? How dare you, good
Well,
sir?
you probably.
How dare you?
I'm pretty sure you've seen this one.
I've seen all of them. I've seen her naked. I've seen that panda naked. I've seen that little girl naked.
I don't want to know about that.
I've seen that gun. I've seen that gun naked. That's sexy.
The only little girl is this right here. And please don't tell me you've seen anything on this.
What are you talking about? I've seen Rule 34. I know all the dirty, dark things that appear on there.
What about him?
Fuck.
About to say, that's a him. I think I'm gay.
That is a him.
No, the other
This
one.
Is a him.
There's a delay. There's one below that.
Oh, there's a delay.
Yeah, there's a delay. So you hovered over.
You must be talking about the one that I'm looking at.
The level 61. You hovered on her. It's like, what about him? And I was like, damn, I think I'm gay if that's a him.
You want me to fight or cook?
Fine.
Oh no, I said this is a kid. Well, this.
My nigga,
apparently
are you
in the game,
blind?
This isn't a kid.
It's level 60 with the star right below the
Level
dude.
60. Oh yeah, I already pointed at him.
I make a mean chitlins.
No, not. Oh my god. Literally in between the two males.
Good day.
In between the two males.
Oh my goodness.
Dude, okay, tell me colors because there's only
The
one
blonde.
male that's level 60
Oh
here.
my god.
The blonde.
I want to smack you. Yes, her. Yes, her.
Okay, yeah. What about her?
No, you said him while you were hovering over her because of the delay.
No.
And I was
no,
like,
my
damn.
Bad, my bad.
That's a hot dude.
My bad.
I'm gonna smack you.
But
If we ever meet IRL, I'm gonna smack you. First thing I'm gonna do is smack you.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
I'm gonna dodge
No,
it.
you're not.
Yes,
You
I
can't
am.
dodge these fucking kung fu hands.
Oh, I can dodge.
No,
I'm
you-
black.
And I'm Asian, so I counter you.
No, Weave Nation. You ever seen Rush Hour?
No. That's you imitating an Asian guy. That don't count. That gives you like half.
You ever
cookie
see
points.
Rush Hour?
Yes, I've seen Rush
Rush
Hour.
Hour?
I grew up
Yeah.
with that shit.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah,
Fucking people are weird, bro. Ah, god damn. Oh, look. Master is streaming right now. The Master is streaming. You know, he is actually the best person in this fucking world. He's the best content creator, 100%. Do you know what needs to happen? You know what needs to happen? I tell you what needs to happen. Something special needs